Writing in the book. Our protagonist says, I need to stay calm all the time since the slightest trace of fear is enough for you to be swallowed by the darkness. Or at least that's what he learned in the last 2 years. During this time, he's only been doing one thing, trying to survive. Someone knocks on the door and says, Lin, it's time, go hang the light outside, and get ready to open the store. At this moment, he receives a mission from the system, hang the lamp outside. Reward, skull coin, experience, and pure human blood. It's the first time he sees this system, but he doesn't have time to pay attention to it. He has to obey the boss's orders instantly. When he opens the door, a giant Frankenstein-style figure appears. He greets, Professor, you're back already. But he's already thinking, I'm going to die. That's what he always imagined when he appeared here 2 years ago. But now he's gotten used to all this. Frankenstein is carrying somebody's body. Our protagonist says it was 2 years ago that he was saved by this professor and learned all medical skills from him. Even though the days are monotonous, the situation isn't that bad. He opens the store door, facing dozens of eyes. The darkness is so intense there that it's impossible to see around. But he feels good. After all, surviving in that world is already considered a miracle. He lights the candle and spills a drop of blood. The reaction drives away all the souls nearby, and with that, the facade is lit up. He then receives the rewards from the system and is impressed that even though this mission was simple, he received such good rewards. Immediately, an old toothless woman carrying a head appears in front of him. Good morning, young man, do you have any useless junk to give to this old woman? He receives a mission, deliver something useless to the old woman. He looks back and says, I do, hold on. He knows it's the butcher, and he always needs to get rid of her as quickly as possible. He hands her 2 red spiky objects that are trembling. She thanks the young boy, and he receives the rewards from the system. Then she says, you have a good heart. Here, take this, it's your reward, and hands him the eyes from her face. The system says he can accept or refuse, but if he refuses, he will lose 50 points of favorability with her. He hesitates for a second but says, thank you very much, I'll take it. Eyeless, she thanks him and leaves. Another mission is complete. Phew. He returns to the store. He knows across the street there's a butcher shop and a meat shop, and the eyes she gave him belong to the owners of these places. There's an extremely important rule in this world, never offend the walkers of the darkness. He takes advantage of the professor being busy and checks the system. All his stats are simple, and the description says he's a fragile yet intelligent young human man who has lived in this world for 2 years. But you never know when he'll die. Lin recognizes that this system is quite similar to a game's. Maybe as he completes missions, he gains attributes and skills. At least that will increase his chances of surviving there. At that moment, Professor Frankenstein opens the door and tells Lin, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back in 2 days. Take care of the store and don't let anyone steal anything from this place. His name is Bloodsaw, and in the combat information, the system just says, don't provoke him. Lin, a little scared, says, got it. Is there anything else I should keep in mind? Bloodsaw tells him, if they have money, take the money. If not, take something of equal value. And if they don't have money and aren't willing to pay, use this, handing him Bloodsaw's blade. The system warns that it's extremely sharp and easily cuts through flesh and soul, but the more you use it, the more it craves things. Lin just thanks before leaving. Bloodsaw adds, don't forget to feed the little baby after closing the shop. He hasn't eaten for a long time. He receives the same mission from the system. Bloodsaw warns, no matter what you hear outside, never leave the range of the soul lamp. If someone asks for your help, ignore them. Close the door and windows at night, and no matter who calls for you, stay quiet. If someone comes in, kill them all. Got it, Lin says. These 2 days are going to be torture. Sitting at the table with the blade, he's just waiting for the time. As soon as the clock strikes, someone knocks on the door. Excuse me, is the owner there? He approaches the door and looks through the peephole, seeing a little girl holding a doll. The system gives him a mission, help take care of the injured doll. In the system's attribute window, it warns of a wandering soul from the valley looking for her mother. With a doll as her ally, whoever dares to steal her doll will end in her belly. With tears in her eyes, the girl pleads, please, my doll is hurt, can you save her? Lin looks at the soul lamp and sees that the reaction isn't very intense, meaning the girl isn't that dangerous. In this case, he opens the door and asks her to come in. Thanks to the soul lamp, nobody can enter unless he invites them, or if the person is very powerful. To keep his job there, he needs to treat customers well. Besides, the souls and spirits in this place aren't necessarily bloodthirsty. They just want to live their lives. With that said, it's good never to ask about their taboos and lives. The girl tells him, my doll lost her arm, and no matter how hard I search, I can't find it. She's my favorite. If it keeps going like this, she'll die. Can you save her, big brother? Already opening a giant mouth, he swallows nervously. Of course, but the system warns that he lost 5 points of sanity when examining the doll's arm. The system says the bite pattern matches the mouth of the girl, and the blood on the girl's clothes belongs to the doll. He's impressed that the system can assist with diagnosis so much. Then he asks, "Little girl, did you eat anything recently?" The girl says no, she hasn't eaten anything for many days and is very hungry. So hungry that last night she dreamed she was eating many delicious things, meat, hair, ears, everything she loves, and it was delicious. Already opening her monster mouth, her doll repeats, "Yes, everything was delicious." Lin's sanity drops another 10 points. Lin tells her, "I suspect that when you dreamed, you ended up eating your doll's arm." She stands there, fingers intertwined, feeling a bit embarrassed, but the doll says, "My mommy loves me." Lin asks, "Did you feel any discomfort in your belly?" She replies that she feels a little itching in her belly, like something wants to come out. He says it's probably the case, so the arm isn't being digested. She prefers surgery or physical work. The girl awkwardly says she wants surgery, but how will it be? The doll also says she wants surgery. He pulls Bloodsaw's blade from the table and says, "It's simple. I'll cut your abdomen, open your stomach, remove the arm, and then sew it back together." The girl seems scared. And what about physical therapy? This one's even simpler. The price will be even lower. So I want this one. The girl says. Putting on gloves, he asks. "Alright then, from below or from above?" The little girl is startled. He tells her to relax, assuring her that either way, it won't hurt her. She's trembling and hesitates to respond. He asks, "Are you ready?" Scared, she asks, "How about we finish here? I don't want any medical treatment." But Lin signals no. "My professor said that once a customer comes in, they have to be attended to, or else they have to leave something here before they go." The trembling girl says, "Alright, do it from above." She sits in the chair. He tells her to open her mouth as wide as possible. Lin smells a terrible odor coming from her. He puts a metal circle in her mouth to prevent her from biting and pushes the arm inside her stomach. The girl is writhing in agony, but he tells her not to move, it'll be over soon. He searches inside her stomach until he finally manages to pull out the arm. She's agonizing in pain, and he confirms. "You really accidentally ate your doll's arm. She just didn't tell you because she knew you were hungry. In the future, I advise you not to digest strange things." He then opens a drawer. The cost to put this arm back on the doll will be 30 skull coins. "Do you want me to proceed?" The girl says yes, struggling to speak. The doll, in desperation, says, "Please, no, Mom." But he reassures the doll that he'll reattach the arm easily. He manages to reconnect the doll's arm, earning a lot of points in the system. He hands her a medicine to use on the doll once a day for a week, and she should be recovered. He pours the medicine on the doll's arm, and she agonizes once again, running to the girl's arm, asking to leave. Lin looks at her and says, 10 for physical therapy, 30 for sewing, 70 for medicine, a total of 110 skull coins. Thank you very much. Hope to see you again. The girl seems timid, takes some coins from her pocket, and throws them to him. I only have 20, she says. He stops for a second and says, you still owe 90 coins. You can use part of your body as collateral, it's okay. I'll do it for free for you. The girl takes a step back, afraid. I still have 10. Great, now you owe 80. She says he can keep the medicine, she'll buy it next time. Alright, now you owe 20 coins. She asks if she can pay on credit and then come back to pay later, but Lin says it's a small store, they can't offer credit. How about leaving an eye as collateral? She can even keep the medicine, and he'll give her 40 coins in change. Covering her eyes. She asks, can I pay with something else? He asks, like what? She lowers her head, looking a bit embarrassed. With my body, she says. Lin is taken aback, wondering what she's thinking. He stands up, staring at her. She asks, can it be? But he replies, I don't accept your body, I just want your right eye. Relax, when you earn the money, you can buy it back. She cries and says, alright. The doll says, no, Mom, don't do it. But the eye has already been taken out and stored in a jar. He then receives a lot of items and money from the system. He looks back. All done. Please come again to Sanguine Blood's pharmacy. I'll be happy to serve you once more. She leaves in tears, saying she'll never come back. I want my mom. Lin finds this reaction odd, and the system gives him a quest. The blood puppet is looking for its mother. Help her find it. 200 favorability with the girl, 100 with the doll, and a special reward. He ponders a bit, staring at some hair, some ears on a plate. Those are some of the items he's been receiving from the system. He's sure that little girl has done much scarier things. Oh well, doesn't matter. He'll talk about it with her next time. Lin notices that he's been earning a lot of skull coins, which is the currency of this world. It's a shame he hasn't been able to leave the store in the past 2 years. Looking outside, seeing the crowd of eyes, he thinks, having money isn't a problem, right? Maybe in the future, I'll have a chance to use it. At that moment, a pig without an eye enters the store. He's the owner of the butcher's shop in the Valley of Wandering Souls. He's your friendly neighbor and is very happy to share a prey he just caught with you, or share you with others. Lin looks at the pig, noticing that the lamp is turning very red. Welcome to Sanguine Blood's pharmacy. Is there anything I can help you with? He thinks that thanks to the action of the soul lamp, monsters usually don't attack him, especially because if they do, he can use the power of the soul to suppress them. However, this doesn't work properly with those extremely corrupted ones. In the end, it's a ruleless world. The pig passes through the door and enters the shop. Damn, that old lady! She tore out one of my eyes just because of junk. Next time I see her, I'll... He interrupts himself as he sits at the table. Where's Bloodsaw? Bring him now! I need a new eye, and I'll pay with prey I just caught. Lin responds. My teacher went out to take care of some things. If you need anything, just talk to me. He receives the mission from the system. Help the pig monster find a new eye. The pig stares at Lin. Oh, it's you. The system warns that the crisis has increased to 89%. They are silently staring at each other. Then the pig says, Okay then, you do it. He picks up some items, organizes them, and says, We have human eyes, pig eyes, eyes of dead bat specters, and puppet doll eyes. Each one has its price. Which one do you want? The pig looks at them all, thinks for a moment, looks at Lin, and says, I think your eye is the best. Lin loses 10 sanity, and the crisis increases to 91%. He asks, Mine? The pig responds, Why can't it be yours? Lin feels a bit awkward, but suddenly takes his eyeballs out. The system warns that his life is in danger, and saying he lost an organ. With the eye in his hand, he says, Okay, this one here costs 200 skull coins. No refunds, even if it doesn't connect to your body. The pig is startled, disbelieving. Impossible, absolutely impossible. When that old lady pulled out my eyeball, I was agonizing in pain, but he, a mere human, didn't even hesitate to remove his own eye. With that, the crisis drops to 50%. He stands there, staring at the pig with the eye in his hand. The pig thinks, I understand. He's not human. He was transformed by one of those creations from Bloodsaw. Lin approaches with the eye. The pig says, I don't want yours. I want my own eyeball. If you don't have it, forget it. The crisis drops to 45%. Lin puts his eye back and says, Your eye is with me. The pig is surprised. He shows to him and asks, It's this one here? The pig asks, Where did you get it? Lin tells him that this morning, he found a kind-hearted lady who gave him this toy. The pig looks confused. The butcher, she's a monster capable of removing my head, and she gave my eye to a pharmacy apprentice for what reason? Minus 30 sanity for the pig. Lin just looks at him, while the crisis has already reduced to 20%. The pig asks, She gave it to you, and you're just going to give it back to me? Lin says, I'm not giving it back to you, I'm selling it to you. The market value is 200 skull coins. The pig understands and agree. Okay, I'll buy it then. The crisis is now at 10%, and Lin asks, Do you want to do this here or on the operating table? The pig says he wants to do it here, thinking no one has the courage to lay on that operating table. Lin tells him to rest his head on the table and stay still. If it hurts, he can scream. The pig jokes, Scream in pain? Lin then pulls out the blade and heats it on the candle. The pig trembles, wondering why he's heating a knife to reattach an eyeball. Lin approaches and says, You have some blood clots and some stones in your eye. But it's alright, I'll clean them for you. Don't worry about the price. It's a complimentary service. The pig seems reluctant, and his sanity drops minus 10. Lin proceeds with the operation, gaining more experience with the system. After a while, Lin says, Phew, the cleaning is done. Lin finds it odd that the system gave him blade experience instead of surgical skill experience, but now it's time to put the eye back. Lin warns the pig not to move too much, or he might put it in the wrong direction. Lin looks at the pig, almost fainting. Oh, I forgot about anesthesia again. I also forgot when I was reattaching the doll's arm. Well, it doesn't matter. The pig sees him approaching. What's that for? Oh, you woke up again. It's a kind of super glue. It'll prevent your eyeball from falling out again when combined with a healing potion. I guarantee a 95% success rate. The pig tells him to stop stalling and just do it. Lin says, Alright, but be patient. I'll fix you up quickly. Lin then reinserts the eye, saying, Believe me, I'm a professional with a hammer in hand. The pig's sanity drops by 20. The pig asks what he's doing with the hammer. Lin tells him to calm down and stay still. This is the last step of the procedure. If he moves, they'll have to start over, and Lin will have to increase the cost. Lin gives him a couple of strikes with the hammer. The pig is screaming, but Lin says he can't stop now. He has a responsibility as his doctor. Every patient who comes in here has to leave in perfect condition. Lin delivers another hammer blow, but Lin stops looking stressed. The pig asks what is the problem. Lin tells him that unfortunately the eye in the wrong position and he will need to redo the surgery. But don't fret, the fix is going to be free because he is a friendly doctor. The pig screams in pain and fear, but after some time, Lin hands him a medicine, instructing him to take it twice a day orally and apply the other one to the skin. In 2 days, he'll be recovered, but it will cost him 546 skull coins. The pig signs the contract, using his bloody fingertips. Then he asks if he can leave now, and Lin says, "Of course you can. Go ahead." However, the system notifies Lin that he has activated a secret mission from the pig head, the unusual stomach. As a reward, Lin would receive the visual diagnosis ability. Then Lin says, "Wait there." The pig asks, "What's the problem?" Lin calmly explains, "I just noticed a problem and I need to tell you. If I don't, I can't call myself a doctor anymore." The pig sits in the chair saying, "Okay, I believe you for now, but if it's a trick, I won't spare you." He asks to see his pulse, and Lin gains experience in diagnosis. The pig grows impatient, asking what the problem is. Lin takes a moment and then says, "It's a serious matter." The pig trembles. After staring at each other for a moment, Lin says, "It's an ectopic pregnancy." The pig grabs Lin by the collar, saying he's a man, not a woman. Lin calmly replies, "That's why I'm saying it's an ectopic pregnancy. It would be even more problematic if you had a uterus. We'd have to perform an even more difficult gender surgery." The pig throws him into the chair, frustrated. Lin asks what he's thinking. The pig replies, "I'm thinking about how I'm going to cut your hand off." Lin says, "Stop thinking about these useless things." He adds, "You've been experiencing swelling, nausea, loss of appetite, and bleeding in the lower region." The pig seems shocked by the fact that he knows all of that. Lin calmly takes notes and asks if anything else has happened. The pig mentions some stomach pains, and Lin asks how long it's been. "About a month." Then Lin thinks a bad meal wouldn't cause pain for that long. Then he asks, "When was the last time you tried to reproduce? Do you have any strange fantasies like joining many people or using unconventional tools?" The pig shouts, "I doubt you'll say that again." Lin responds, "Okay, I won't ask that again." Next question, "The last time you were reproducing, in your lower region, did you feel a tearing pain?" The pig shouts, "I'm tired of you. Explain to me what the hell this tearing pain in my lower part means." Shaking him, Lin responds, "Please calm down, I'm just asking for your well-being. You don't want to end up with a chronic condition, do you?" The pig sits down. "Okay, I'll give you one last chance." Lin approaches and says, "Based on everything you've told me, it seems like you're not experiencing a normal pregnancy. It appears that you consumed something with abnormal powers, causing a mutation in your body indirectly leading to an ectopic pregnancy." The pig repeats, "Ectopic pregnancy?" Lin says, "Lately, haven't you felt satiated even after eating a lot? You have sunken eyes, pale skin, cold pulse. All of these are possible symptoms when an evil spirit parasitizes you. Put your hand here, it is an exorcism potion. It will check if you're parasitized by an evil spirit." The pig approaches and sniffs, then plunges his hand in, and spirits begin to emerge. Seeing this, the pig jerks his hand back, feeling something moving in his belly. Lin grabs a pan and hits his belly. The pig asks what that thing was, and Lin says that the preliminary diagnosis confirms it's an ectopic pregnancy caused by an evil spirit parasite, but it's not fully formed yet. Luck is on your side for coming to me at this stage. The pig hugs his leg saying, "Man, I'm sorry. I acted wrong before. Please don't take it to heart, I beg you, save me, please save me." Lin thinks it's much easier to deal with the evil spirit in a direct fight. The problem is, there's not much to do when it's inside someone's stomach. In this case, I'll have to improvise and see what happens. Lin asks, "Have you eaten anything dirty lately?" The pig admits, "Yes, about a month ago, I fed on a guy when I went out, but it went straight to my belly, so it's not like I actually ate it. Besides, I've only eaten pork and human meat." Lin reassures him, "Alright, let's take a look inside you. Come with me." The pig follows Lin to the operating room. "What's this about?" The pig wonders, imagining the operating room. The pig is already stretched out on the bed, and Lin's eye lights up. Scared, the pig asks, "Are you sure you're going to perform this surgery? Wouldn't it be better to do a new diagnosis?" But Lin says that hesitation would be the biggest problem. He'll check if there's a spirit in there when he opens the abdomen. It would be easier if he could just cut out the spirit. But unfortunately, that's not possible. The pig starts screaming. I've always been the butcher, but now I'm the one being cut. What the hell is this? Lin was just sharpening the blade until now. The pig asks, how long are you going to do this? Then Lin pulls out the blade. Alright, you're ready. Hesitant, the pig says yes. But Lin remembers something. Wait a minute! Then he runs to the table, grabs a pen, and marks a cross on his belly. There, now I'm ready again. He presses a button, chains appear to restrain the hands and feet, and the pig starts screaming in despair. Lin reassures him. These restraints are just to prevent you from suffering too much during the surgery. The pig asks, have you performed any surgeries before? He says he's seen his professor cutting meat, so it's not much different. He can trust in his surgical skills. At this point, the pig is already pleading. Don't do this, let me out, let me out. But Lin says that now is too late. No way he would leave a patient of his to suffer. He's going to do this. After a lot of cuts and blade experience, Lin says, congratulations, it was a smooth birth, a bloody and mature baby. The pig looks at his belly and Lin starts sewing. Maybe now isn't the best time to say this, but I still have to tell you the total cost of the surgery. It's 300 skeleton coins. Since it's my first time, I'll give you a 20% discount. Doing this, it's 240. The pig screams saying, whatever, finish it fast. Lin responds, fine, but the cost to stitch is another 40 skeleton coins. Do you prefer stitching made with wool, cotton, steel, or perhaps hemp thread? The pig says it doesn't matter, it can be hemp thread. He agrees. Then just wait for me to pass this needle here, and I'll start. He passes the needle and stitches the wound. All done, he pours a potion on the wound and the pig writhes. Congratulations, everything went smoothly with the surgery. By completing the secret quest, he gained more experience, and the pig acquired another 200 fear of him. Looking at the creature that came out of the belly, he says, even though she's being parasitized by evil spirits, if you take care of her well, who knows, maybe she'll become a very healthy child. But the pig is already running away, fleeing. Lin tries to warn him. Sir, you forgot your daughter. The pig says he left her as part of the payment too. Lin rushes to get him, saying, this is a pharmacy, you can't leave a baby here alone after all she's been through. However, the pig just leaves. Lin wonders, what am I going to do? Well, he'll take care of her temporarily. Who knows, maybe when the professor returns, he'll have her as a little snack along with wine. The creature is already trembling. Then he throws a little healing potion in his eye to perk him up, opens the system to see what's there, and his description has changed. Bloodsaw apprentice. Many feel his malevolence, and it seems he's gradually inheriting his professor's maniacal style. Our boy is incredulous, thinking, I'm malevolent? I've always been such a kind person. After that, he uses his points. I have 4 upgrade points, let's put them into Constitution, because my priority is to stay alive. Then he feels his body getting stronger. But suddenly the monster that was born was already being eaten by another one, and Lin saves it. Thinking to himself, almost forgot about this. What am I going to do with you now? He takes a look and sees in the system, deformed infant spirit, female gender, level 2. Then the system gives a secret mission. The evil spirit inside it is corrupting its appearance, and the longer it takes, the more terrible it will become. He has 4 options. He can turn her into lamp oil, feed her to the creatures in the garden, preserve her as a specimen, or wait for the pig to come pick her up. Our guy thinks the first 3 are too cruel. The only thing written in the reward is, waiting for analysis. Which is a bit confusing, but it must be a very generous reward. He sits in his chair and receives 10 points of morality for being a good person. That's when he remembers. Oops, I forgot to feed the creatures in the back. He puts her in the jar and says, you stay here, I'll take care of something. And goes to the back of the store. Phew, thank goodness the system mentioned this, otherwise, I wouldn't have remembered. He takes off the lid, already sweating a bit, pours something inside, and loses 10 affection for whatever is there. But at least he fed it. Our guy is wondering what is the little creature inside there. My professor never mentioned it, and I've been here for 2 years. It's better not to ask than to ask and become food for this thing. When he returns to the shop, the creature is gigantic. His sanity is already decreasing just by looking at it. Minus 30 sanity. But Lin is more worried that she became so ugly that the pig won't even recognize her as his daughter. Now what am I going to do? He's already tied her to the bed. You know what? I'll do him a big favor and give her a makeover, otherwise she'll scare everyone on the street. He grabs a tentacle to take a closer look, and it stops moving, putting 10 more fear in the child, poor thing. He tells her to relax, he's just going to work on her appearance. Another 10 fear added, but he's all happy there, mistreating the creature until someone knocks on the door. When he opens it, there's a burnt mummy standing there. Welcome to our store. The system shows a 99% burn evil spirit carrying a great malice against anything that's beautiful. The creature cries out, I want to change my face. The system activates the burn ghost face change quest, rewarding 50 skeleton coins. Our guy says, Alright, take a seat. Wait a little while, I have another surgery to finish. Coincidentally, it's also a plastic surgery. Do you want to sit here and watch? Let me show you my excellent medical skills. No need to be nervous. Although I have no experience with plastic surgery, when I used to sculpt clay, they turned out quite beautiful. Changing a face is quite similar. It's like working with bread dough. The important thing is the elasticity and resilience, not too dry, not too wet. I need to apply the right amount of force to fix the faces. The mummy gains 10 fear. Lin starts, he slaps it, rolls it, tosses it up, and pulls it to the side. The mummy is shocked, losing 20 sanity points. He grabs the head, places it on the table, and stares at it. There's something wrong here. This store doesn't seem normal. The mummy asks what he's doing. Well, this child here is very ugly, and as a doctor, I just want to give her a prettier face. The mummy comments on his unique technique, thinking he won't fix it this way. Then he accidentally squeezes too hard, realizing he's crushing her head with each movement. Oops, sorry, I squeezed too hard. He sees the creepy smile of the human, losing 20 sanity. The mummy thinks, I knew Bloodsaw left someone to take care of his shop. I just didn't imagine it was someone crazier than him. Does this mean I'll become this horrible thing, like those creatures in the back? He hears a sound and wonders if Bloodsaw is coming, losing 40 sanity. But our guy appears, apologizing for being late and sharpening the blade. What's wrong? He asks, but scared the mummy ran. The system says the quest failed, but he gained 400 fear from the creature. Congrats for getting his first client with extreme fear, earning 100 coins for it. Our guy wonders why the creature is so afraid of him. He was polite and smiled the whole time. Strange guy, but whatever. Let's take care of this child first. After some time, he finally succeeds. Lin is happy with the results, saying he had great manual skills before traveling this world. I just didn't expect to use those skills here. But then he notices there's still a third eye in the middle of her forehead. Whoa, a third eye! Venom came out of it! He warns her not to show that eye in the middle of her forehead, or he'll have to use the blade again. Although the poor thing is crying, her fear has decreased, but the crisis with the creature has dropped by 321 points. He even gained a lot of experience for fixing her, and he receives some hair that seems to be good for defense. The description says it causes suffocation when close to a neck. The little girl cuddles a stuffed animal, and our guy wonders if he did something wrong. As he looks outside, he realizes it's time to close. He checks the time using the soul lamp. The weaker the light, the later it is. When it goes out, it's nighttime. As he goes to remove the lamp, a hooded figure appears, claiming to be a demon hunter. The system warns him. You'll die, a powerful hunter who walks alone in the world of darkness. Don't try to understand, he's very dangerous. Our guy stares, wondering if he's human. It's the first time he's seen one in 2 years. The strange thing is, judging by the lamp's reaction, the guy seems ridiculously powerful. The hooded figure says, I need treatment, some combat and recovery potions. The system activates the mission. 500 coins just to treat his injuries. The problem is, the mission fails if our guy gets killed by the guy. Come in, sir, our guy says, thinking. What bad timing. The guy sits down, saying he didn't expect to find someone of his race in this dark world. Then the system activates the connection with the same race. If he loses this link, he'll be killed. Nice to meet you. What's the problem you need to treat? Our guy says. At least he's a human. They're usually easier to understand. The guy stands up, showing his arm with a purple thing on it. It's not good, it's beating on its own, the hunter says. The system finishes the preliminary diagnosis. His arm is being corroded by black butterfly venom. Lin tells him that and he responds. Oh man, so you recognized it. I underestimated you, the guy says. Some red dress ghost set me up and used this nasty thing on my arm. Lucky for her, I wasn't in good health. Once this is better, I'll look for her. I'll help you, our guy says, thinking. How am I going to treat this guy? He won't leave otherwise. He asks the system about black butterfly venom, which is a condensation of all the resentment in the dark world and extremely corrosive to life. Treatment is recommended with osteoclin. I'll have to perform surgery on your arm. Sweating, the hunter asks. What are your medical skills? Relax, I have enough. It's my second operation, Lin replies. Scared, the hunter mumbles. Is there another clinic nearby? Impossible. If one opened, my professor would destroy it. It's forbidden to have a second clinic here. The guy is uncertain if he believes on Lin, but the thing on his arm keeps pulsating. I'll have to trust you. Just do it already, he says. Our guy gets his blades ready. Okay, I'll start. This place doesn't look like a clinic to me, but more like a slaughterhouse. And this skinny guy is freaking me out. He mutters. Do you need anesthesia? Lin asks. Anesthesia will only slow down my reflexes. A real man never uses it. The hunter replies. Good, because I've never used it either. Then dig his arm with the blade. Scared, the hunter stops Lin. Calm down, this is how it starts. Lin responds. It was just a test, why, did it hurt? The hunter says that he can continue but thinks. Damn it, obviously it hurts. This kid must have something wrong with him, but he wouldn't be stupid enough to do something against the demon hunter. Our guy grabs another tool. What the hell are you doing? The hunter asks. Relax, I'm just looking for the right size tool. These two, I'm just keeping on you for now. You can't keep them somewhere else? Not on my shoulder. The hunter questions. Our guy pulls out the two tools. I was just testing to see if they're sharp enough. You have to know, it hurts a lot if they're not sharp. He explains. But relax, the part that hurts is when the knife goes in. It will be fine when I pull the whole thing out, so don't worry. I'm just making sure I'm using the right tool. The demon hunter thinks. This guy wants to sound all professional, but I feel like he's trying to hurt me. Then mutters, turning away. Get on with it. If you keep stalling, I'll kill you. He threatens. Okay, don't worry, our guy says, bringing a flaming furnace and heating all the tools. What are you doing? The demon hunter asks, losing a bit of sanity. I'm just disinfecting the blades. Black butterfly venom is too cruel. To prevent it from entering any other tissue in your body, it needs to be melted. That's why the blades are at a high temperature. Lin explains. But have you ever done this before? The demon hunter asks. Our boy says he's done it to remove pig hair. Shocked, the hunter says. Forget it, let's just get started. Lin pulls out a meat board. Why does it look like you're preparing for a meal? The demon hunter asks, getting nervous. Chill, it's all part of the procedure. It's just to catch the blood in some parts of your arm during the operation. Our guy tranquilizes him. Damn it, if there wasn't anywhere else within at least 100 meters, I'd get out of this hell. Use the blade already. The demon hunter demands. Lin, with a maniacal look, says, Okay, let's start. And begins his attacks, gaining blade experience, while the demon hunter cries out in pain, feeling like he's being torn apart and his heart is being burned. But Lin is there all calm with the flaming blades. Hey, if it hurts, you can ask for anesthesia, it's okay. Our guy says. The guy, with tears in his eyes, says, Huh, you've already started? I didn't even realize. I don't feel anything. Lin says. Really? So can you please maybe not break my table? You're squeezing so hard, you're destroying it. I'm just too strong, I can't even touch it lightly. I'll compensate you later and pay for it. Just cut already. The guy insists. The attacks began, cutting through all the flesh. Wait, please stop. The guy pleads, but it's too late. I thought you'd stop, but you didn't. Damn it, he exclaims, literally banging his head against the wood. What are you talking about? If I go slow, you're not satisfied. If I cut fast, you complain. Now that I'm halfway through, you're asking me to stop. But this isn't surgery, it's torture. Why are you cutting so thin? Just rip it out. It's like you're making noodles, what do you want? Hurry up and finish, he demands. That's it. Why didn't you make it clearer? You want me to finish with a single cut? Lin asks. What do you mean by a single cut? The hunter wonders. It's a quick cut, but if I hit an artery you might die. I'd rather not do it that way, as I'm a doctor and my patients are like children to me. I can't allow them to die with a simple treatment. Lin explains. Of course, you can always opt for anesthesia. He adds. Just cut already, then I'll never come back to this place. The guy says. But tell him. Don't worry. When I'm done, I guarantee you'll come back later. The poor guy is lying there, drooling. Our guy made a mountain of stuff from his arm. He looks at his back. Did the devil do this? He mutters, picking up the stones. Our guy pours some 75% alcohol on the wound. Phew, the wound's clean, he says. Hey, please just let me go now, please. The guy pleads. Hold on a second, there's a very important part that hasn't been done yet. I don't want to know. The guy protests, but our guy shows him the bone with a little heart drawn on it. The guy is shocked. What did you do to me? He asks angrily. Did you like it that much? Our guy replies innocently. The hunter starts cursing at him and tries to attack, but our guy dodges. Hey, I'm still trying to save you, you know. Acting shamelessly like this, I will not allow you to kill me first. I won't let a patient leave in the middle of treatment. Our guy says firmly. The demon hunter can't believe it. He pulls out his blade. Stop playing with me. Finish this already, he demands. A shot is fired into the air, and the next scene shows the poor guy already tied up. Why did you tie me up? He asks. It's just that I think you won't be able to handle the pain, and then you'll want to hurt me again. I don't mind dying, but if you hit me, how am I supposed to finish my surgery? Our guy explains. If I were afraid of pain, you'd be dead by now. This is unnecessary, not to mention that you think a few pieces of metal can hold me. You're very naive, the guy retorts. But then Lin was sanding his bones. God, what are you doing? The guy cries. Please help me. Our guy reassures him. I'm just scraping the bones, relax. I told you it would be painful. What are you scraping my bone for? The guy asks. Didn't I tell you to bear it like a real man? If you're a real man, you shouldn't be afraid of pain. Just bear with it, it'll be over soon. Lin responds. The guy pleads. Please give me anesthesia, I can't take it anymore. Anesthesia won't work now. How am I supposed to apply it to your bone? Just bear with it, it'll be over soon. With 2 more points in blade skill, suddenly the guy breaks free and tells him, I will never trust you again. Our guy grabs the Chicago toy from his hand, pulls it back, and puts it on the guy's face. If you try to move again and don't cooperate with the procedure, I'll end you, he warns. The guy apologizes. Sorry man, I won't do anything anymore. Good, because if you do, I won't stop either. You're ruining my reputation. Enough of this. Don't waste any more of my time. I'll finish this once and for all. Our guy says, pulling out the saw. Hey, what's going on? What do you have against me? The hunter asks, losing 20 sanity. Hold on, it's time to use the big one here to solve everything. Our guy declares. Come on, please stop it. The guy pleads as the saw approaches. Suddenly a little girl enters the shop. Is this the place? Is anyone here? I came to buy some healing potions, she says nervously. Suddenly, she's grabbed by the leg. Help! Help! She screams. When she sees our guy with the saw behind the guy, she screams in despair. Lin looks at her and says, Hi, did you come to get some potions? I just have to finish with this patient of mine and I'll get them for you. The poor girl gets desperate, gaining 70 fear of him. The system says, The scare you gave her developed a psychological disorder. The girl went from excited to shy. New title, Terror of Patience. Lin is surprised. Wait, how did I become so scary just by seeing her? I offered the potions and gave a smile. Man, this system keeps giving weird rewards. Giving a glare to the hunter who was trying to leave. Oh, you're trying to run away? The operation isn't over yet. We're back. The guy punches in pain. Our boy gives a little pat on his shoulder. It's over. All the toxins that invaded your bones are completely gone. Now just wait for your bones and muscles to regenerate a bit, and your arm will be as good as new. But the poor guy finished. My client, wake up, sir, wake up. The system speaks. With special methods, you incapacitated a legendary demon hunter. Reward, the one who inflicts pain. Effect increases by 5%. The pain you cause using various tools. Sometime later, the hunter wakes up. Where am I? He quickly gets up and tries to shoot twice. Get away from me! He's losing sanity again. Lin is against the wall. Calm down, calm down. I just took care of your injuries. Look, everything's fine. Forget about those bad memories. The guy points to Lin, but thinks, the feeling of that butterfly demon is really gone. This is almost like a dream. Lin reassures him. Of course it is. The muscle toxin that was affecting you has been removed. The problem was the regeneration of your bones and muscles. That's why I gave you the best potion from the store, along with your extremely strong physique. Everything went well. The only problem was that there was still a little piece missing in the middle, so I added some extra meat. Don't worry, your body won't reject it. The guy looks puzzled. Wait, what's this? Pork meat? You said you did everything right. You put a piece of pork in me? Lin responds. Well, it's a weird process, isn't it? But the result is perfect. No, if you ever have any problems in the future, you can come back here, and I'll help you. The hunter says. Returning here? You think I want to come back here? The chance of a crisis has skyrocketed. Well, my client, even though the process was peculiar, having the butterfly venom corrupting your entire body until you die would have been much worse. In this world of darkness, staying alive is more important than anything else. The crisis has risen to 99%. The guy was holding it together, But with comforting words, the danger decreased. He lets out a sigh. You're right. In this world, being alive is more important than anything else. He turns to Lin. Just for that, you're alive. That's quite an achievement. Your torturous methods are top-notch. Thank you. Lin says. The hunter pulls him up. Do you think I'm praising you, kid? Have you ever performed any other surgeries in your life? Our guy raises 3 fingers. I swear I performed a cesarean section on someone, and the father and daughter were very happy. They even praised me. The guy, considering his bone shaving compared to a cesarean, acknowledges that his wounds have indeed been healed. Remembering how scared he was, he stares at Lin and says, Hey, no one can know about the rumor that I fainted here, understand? You can rest assured. No one will find out. Says Lin. Just tell me how much all this costs. There's no way I'm coming back to this place. You don't even need to pay. Consider this a favor from someone of the same race. I just want to see you visit our mall again in the future. Our guy knows he needs to become friends with this guy. With that, the system gives him 500 coins. The guy doesn't think these compliments will help him with anything. Just forget everything that happened here. Even if we're the same race, it doesn't change anything. I walk alone and will never take a kid like you to share the path with me. He puts on his hat. I'm giving you this chance. Get out of here. A human like you with no skills will soon become monster food. Our guy asks how he can leave this world. To be honest, I ended up here by accident. Apart from this pharmacy, I don't know anything about the outside world. The guy looks at him. In a way, you're lucky. Many people have fallen into this world like you, from various worlds, but most have been consumed by fear. I can only tell you that this is the lowest level of Sin City, and trying to leave here is the quickest path to death. If you don't want to die, get stronger. Only then will you have a chance to escape this place. Hold on, are you saying it's almost impossible to leave for the rest of my life? Every time I see those monsters, I'm terrified. With your medical skills, the monsters must be terrified of you. But enough chit-chat. I'm someone who believes in fair exchange. You healed my wounds, and I can't treat you unfairly just because you don't want money. He opens his coat, revealing his belongings. Take a look and choose something. Our guy, intrigued, examines the items. What should I choose? Oh, this one looks good. A cursed revolver from a legendary demon hunter, enchanted with 6 self-reloading bullets. Our guy eagerly grips the handle. Your eye is sharp, kid, eager to grab the best I have. I just found your weapons cool. Our guy replies. Of course, they're cool. How many monsters have you killed with those? The hunter explains. None, I've never used them to kill a single monster. He admits shots at Lin, creating a circle on the wall. They may look cool, but both have a fatal flaw, and you must have noticed. They never hit the target, no matter the angle. Besides being decorative, they serve no purpose. What do you mean? I don't want them then. Lin protests, but the hunter insists. As a man of justice and integrity, once you've chosen them, you can't refuse them, or it would be disrespectful on my part. You have a chance. Take them or I will do something. Our guy considers, then decides to take them, thinking he'll dispose of them later. Good choice. Just know that due to their curse, you can't voluntarily get rid of them. They can only be transferred through a fair exchange. Luckily, your intense desire attracted them, as curses like to find someone to pass on to. It's not easy. You're clearly trying to pull a fast one on me. This surgery was a lot of work, and I owe you this big favor. As an extra reward, I'll remind you tonight, no matter what you hear or how terrified you get, don't go outside and don't open that door. Seems like something extraordinary happened here. Lin asks, is it a monster or what? But the man disappears into the shadows. I think it's better if you don't know. If you manage to stay alive until tomorrow, maybe we'll meet again. Lin reflects on how his teacher said the same thing before going out. Tonight, he needs to be much more careful. There's half an hour until darkness. No visitors should come during this time. He stares at the little creature on the ground, already level 7. This child keeps leveling up. Soon, it'll be difficult to deal with. Then he uses the Chicago toy, barely missing the target. The fear in the eyes is evident. It really doesn't hit. Hard to believe. He continues shooting, instilling fear in the creature. The lamp starts to dim. Our protagonist rushes to the door, closes it, and breathes a sigh of relief. Now, with the lamp disabled, the real test begins because it means anyone, even without permission, can enter his house of their own accord. The system activates the mission. Sleepless night, survive until dawn. Offering 500 coins and a special reward in his room. Our protagonist is already under the covers, armed and ready to face whatever comes. Phew, nothing so far. I just want to survive this night. It's midnight, and someone is already knocking on the door. Open up, it's me, Bloodsaw. There's a malevolent spirit following me. Help me. Wait, the professor is back? Our protagonist approaches the door cautiously. Then he suddenly attacks the door. You didn't even confirm and already slashed at me. The outsider protests. If I were outside, my professor wouldn't hesitate to do the same. Besides, he wouldn't come back at this hour. As they argue, he hears a noise outside. Our protagonist leans in to listen, but suddenly, hands grab him, causing him to lose sanity. He struggles as the hands grip him tightly, but he manages to break free by using the hair from the malevolent spirit. As the hands retreat, he wonders if they're alive or dead but decides it's better to be safe and delivers the final blows. You killed the deceiver of flesh and gained 100 experience points. Phew, I managed to survive, but the monster knocked on the door right at midnight. Who knows what this night still holds? As he cleans the floor, the system gives 2 warnings. The root level monster is approaching, and crisis level is at 100%. Our protagonist, already at the door, wonders if it's the creature they've been mentioning. He waits, and the hand starts to move. Suddenly, he's being pulled. He grabs his knife, smelling something awful. When he looks, there are 2 huge eyes staring at him. He quickly hides again, but the eye is right behind the door, facing him. Darn it, this monster's heartbeat is so loud. He hears licking sounds. It's kind of cute until the lick reaches his face. No, that's not cute, forget that. He loses 40 sanity, trembling. I can't panic. If I do, I'll be eaten. The monster licks his cheek lightly. Doctor, I found you. Open the door. I have a toothache. A toothache? Is the monster not here to eat me but to get a dental checkup? Our protagonist responds. Our little clinic doesn't receive patients at night. Those are the rules, and I must follow them. But the creature threatens. Open up or I'll eat you. Reluctantly, he opens. Hello, my dear client. This clinic will serve you, level, race, and abilities unknown. The monster complains about a toothache, unable to eat. Don't worry, I can definitely help you. A toothache is such a small thing, it'll be quick. He calms himself, thinking. It's horrible, but it's a client like any other, just another day. As he approaches the monster's mouth, he activates the system's mission to treat the toothache, offering 1,000 coins, 50 favor with the unknown creature, and no penalties. He thinks, of course, there won't be any penalties. There won't be anything left of me. Now, he has to rely on his medical skills. The only problem is it's dark. The creature's tongue moves to take his own eyes, then uses the eyeball to light the place. Thank you, now everything's clear. The inside is full of decomposed creatures. The menu is quite unique. Inside there he finds a legendary lance, damaged but still there. It's a spear from an unknown world that fell into the realm of darkness, blessed with sacred power, strong against anomalous spirits and demons. I found this lance, similar to the hunter's weapon. It doesn't belong to this world. Besides, the sacred attribute is what causes so much pain. The creature tells him to pull it out. Lin is shocked. Inside the creature there's tons of healer items. Demon Eyes Doctor, Cursed Healer Body, Doctor's Eyeball. Maybe they all tried to deal with this lance in the last pharmacy that it went to, but being cursed creatures, they couldn't heal it. But I'm human. Sacred power shouldn't affect me. He touches it, and his finger turns purple. Oops, the big guy's staring at me. Phew, this is my chance. I'll start pulling. The creature sends tentacles inside to help, and he manages to pull it out successfully, gaining 20 favorability. However, it still hurts a lot, Lin thinks. I'm in deep trouble here, and if I don't calm down, I'll be eaten. Don't worry, I'll cure you. He reassures, ignoring the terrifying appearance. He rushes to his shop, grabs several tubes, and returns to apply medicine to the root of the tooth, explaining that it's the residual power of the lance causing the pain. The problem is that there's too much blood. He thinks, how am I going to get into this? Suddenly, he sees a tentacle. Patient, you need this tentacle because I need it to alleviate your pain. He cuts it without waiting for a response. The creature approaches, asking what he's doing, but he's already there with the syringe. Turn on the light, why are you staring at me? He taps the eye. Let's go up. He tries to enter the tooth, but it's too narrow. I need to go deeper. Where are the other tools? He finds a drill and starts inserting it into the tooth, the creature writhing in pain. You'll have to endure a little longer. He reassures it as he drills. Finally, the pain subsides. I was about to eat you. But now the creature is in a good mood. The pain is gone. Don't think about that, the medicine has started working. Now we just need to clean your teeth and fix everything up. He asks for a bucket, and the creature brings it. He cleans the tooth and asks for steel to repair it, but he doesn't have enough material. The creature offers to fetch it, eats him and runs. In the next scene, they are facing a door. The problem is that Lin recognized that the door is made of iron, not steel. The creature opens its mouth, shoots a laser that opens everything inside. It reveals a steel marionette with extremely strong combat capabilities. Lin calmly exits the mouth and sees the marionette, recalling that one of these caused a mess in the shop, and his boss fought for 10 hours to force it out. The creature sticks out its tongue, already crushing the marionette, then jumps, delivering a crushing blow. Lin is like, "Wow, I can't even know the level of either of these, but the difference in power is huge." The creature asks if it's enough, otherwise it will continue. Lin says it's enough and asks for help to fix it, turning on the tools. Perfect, the teeth are sharp. The creature holding Lin says it's great, very happy. Our guy is sweating, but he gained 11 skull points and earned 50 favorability. Today our cool little doctor is ready to care for more patients with a lot of affection, love, and attention. And do you remember that in the last video, it ended with him fixing Big Mouth's teeth? With that, she said she wouldn't eat him, and he thanked her and even gained 40 trust points. At this moment, he offers her an oral care service. She wants to know what that is, and he explains that it's just a long-term service to ensure the health of the teeth. The big monster is a bit confused, but he offers a free trial to let her see what it's like. He immediately jumps into her mouth, activating the cleaning mission. He goes in and starts removing lots of corpse remains and everything that's extra in her mouth. He manages to collect a bunch of human remains. Meanwhile, he's got a black bucket on the floor, and she asks, "What is that, sir?" He says it's a black slime. It will sterilize her entire mouth and leave a very refreshing breath. She's like, okay, amazing, and already opens her big mouth wide. Our guy gained another 20 favorability points. Then he hops right in and starts scrubbing everything, and she's pretty happy. I thought there was going to be some trick to this thing. He tells her to hold the bucket there to help out, and just keeps cleaning. Another 20 favorability points. He asks, "How are you feeling?" She's all happy there with her shining teeth. Another 50 favorability points, and she's already loving it. He then says, "Are you satisfied with this service?" The monster says that she is. "How about you become a lifetime member of our clinic?" She agrees. He says, "Okay, what's your name so I can create your record? Next time you come, you'll receive a special gift and a membership card." The creature doesn't know what a name means. He explains, "It's what other creatures call you." She says, "Nameless." He asks, "Do you want me to give you a name? How about Xiao Xiao?" The creature accepts the name. She gives him a few licks as a thank you, and he gains the title, Root Namer. You are the first human in the history of this world to give a root creature a name. With that, he gains some more affinities and the ability to remove curses. She takes him back home and goes off all happy. Our boy is shaking and falls behind the door. Phew, good thing I have a strong mindset, or I wouldn't have been able to survive the night. Back in the store, he opens the system. He has 8 points to spend, and now, in the introduction, it says that he is someone who has already caused fear and pain in a poor demon hunter. Our protagonist knows what to do with the attributes. Strength and agility aren't going to be useful for now. He won't get strong enough to fight against these creatures. Intelligence is also not very important since he can analyze situations with the system. With that, he invests more in constitution. The important thing is to stay alive. Then, he checks out the skill he received, Limited Curse Removal. Cleanses a curse for 24 hours. It can only be used on one target at a time and has a 12-hour cooldown. Our guy, wait, if I use this curse remover on the pistol, it's basically going to become a legendary weapon. Curse removal, boom. You've removed the curse from the pistol. Cooldown 12 hours. Let's check out my power. He fires some shots at the bottle but misses everything. Lying system, where is it? The curse is still here. The system says it's because your proficiency with weapons is 0. Crap, it was for nothing. If that's the case, he'll need to practice. So he sets up a bottle on the window. He shoots, gains some experience, but realize you can't get good overnight. But when he misses again, he hears a loud scream. Whoa, what happened? Outside someone yells, "Who was the son of a gun who ambushed me?" The system notifies, you hit a level 75 creature, the feeder of the night corruption. He goes to the windows and starts nailing some planks. Phew, done, hides everything, then heads back to his room. The guy outside is shouting, "Where's the one who did it?" Where? He just goes into bed, shaking all over. Our guy manages to sleep and wakes up the next day, earning 500 coins for surviving the night. The system says that for a first day, it was incredible. Kill the monster, wounded a monster, psychologically traumatized various patients, and still woke up with a feeling of prosperity and tranquility. With that, he reached level 6 and unlocked the system's shop. Our protagonist thinks, my god, so many things from the system as soon as I wake up. The system sends another message. When you reach level 10, you'll be able to change professions, keep an eye out. At this point, our guy sees some tentacles coming out of his bed, so he instantly starts shooting. Even gains proficiency, but it was just a little girl, all cute. But with those evil tentacles, having been scared, his fear of that creature increases by 20. He thinks, no wonder I felt someone climbing over my body. I'm curious about how much this creature grew overnight. The thing is already at level 10. The system then tells him that since he reached 1321 fear points and 200 taming points, he's earned a mission, the growth of the child's spirit. He can now influence the development of this creature. Our guy is like, man, do I have to take care of this and develop it too? Why can't it just develop on its own? However, realizing that fear was the reason it didn't attack him, our protagonist figures that he needs to instill as much fear as possible so it doesn't want to kill him. Poor thing, it's all cute there in his hand. But let's start. He begins to stretch her out. It's time for your daily adjustment. Without my consent, you made all these weird tentacles. Her fear just keeps increasing, man. Wow, he even put the tentacles in the poor thing's mouth. Let Uncle Lin fix you up again. Boom. Back to being a little girl. Wow, he even added some little tails there, dude. How did he do that? The system says this new form will have a huge impact on her development. Our guy is all proud. Just with the tentacle fabric, I managed to create these little ears. She turned out to be very cute. He tells her, keep this form and don't use those tentacles again. The system says he's completed the preliminary phase. However, now he needs to make adjustments to her personality. Our guy cracks a little smile. Hee hee. Let me give you a good education. Then he makes another adjustment, this time to her cerebellum it seems, and he sets her personality direction, sweet, obedient, and murderous. What's that, kid? Why the murderer at the end? Psychological characteristics, virtuous, cute, and morbid. Growth direction, adorable, sweet girl, also cute girl who spreads disaster and death everywhere as an evil spirit. Why does he always make the third aspect something terrifying? He even says, system, can I tweak things a bit? It's still kind of half-baked, right? The system says that in this first stage he can't. Only 2 adjustments were allowed. Our guy pets her and says he'll remove the negative parts later. Then she'll be a perfect little girl. But for now, that's what we've got, right? Time to open the shop. The little girl goes to sleep after all that process. He practices his aim, cleans up the place, and puts the candle outside. He sits in the chair to open the system shop, already thinking the system's things are going to be amazing. The guy wants to buy clothes for the girl, maybe a 9-tailed fox and a big shield. In the system, he has slime mucus, a charm that attracts money, baby diapers, a growth elixir, magical meat blocks, and a succubus's enchanting perfume. Our guy doesn't seem to like it. What the heck is this system? Refresh this. I want new items. The system says that function is not yet available. Be patient. At 5 a.m., the items change. Well, out of all this, at least he's going to buy the toxic slime. It could be used to make some potions in the future. But then he sees the unlucky cat that also brings money. He thinks, well, I'm a very lucky guy, right? Hee, I guess I'll buy it then. There goes 200 coins for the big cat that appears in the store. He looks at the diaper, checks on the little girl. Well, maybe I need to use this here. Buy it too. Man, for someone who didn't like the store, he's buying everything. Seeing the growth elixir that helps wounds heal, he thinks, yeah, this will help me a lot. Finally, something decent. Buy that too. Man, he's unstoppable. Today is the day the supplier comes to restock. So, he's going to replenish all his stock. At that moment, the butcher lady enters the store with the same question as always. Young man, do you have something useless to give to this old lady? The system assigns the mission, and he brings out a bag of things he received yesterday. The old lady even asks, boy, do you have all this to give to me? He says, yes ma'am. I can put it in the cart for you. She thanks him. Once again, he completes the mission. However, The butcher lady senses the aura of a root-level creature inside the bag and is quite impressed. He tells her that yesterday he had to deal with a root-level creature, and this was inside her mouth. The butcher lady, boy, you dealt with a root-level monster and took something out of her mouth? Aren't you afraid of dying? I thought this human guy was ordinary. Didn't expect him to be so crazy. Lin asks her, afraid of what? I was just serving the customers of our store. No matter who comes in, I treat everyone equally. The old lady says he's very brave. Last night, 3 abyssal root-level creatures were here, along with the demon hunter. The old lady advises him not to get in touch with any of them, and she's impressed with our guy. She tells him that in the 3 nearby villages, all the people were killed by those monsters. The protagonist says he served a demon hunter yesterday. She says maybe that's why he didn't go attack the Valley of Souls. Lin replies, I don't think that's the case. He was a pretty cute guy. I'd say it's impossible for him to be cruel. The old lady is puzzled. Cute? How do you find that guy cute? Our protagonist responds, he was quite friendly to be honest. The butcher lady is impressed by him, and he gains more reputation. She looks down thinking, as expected there are no normal existences in this dark world, especially those who seem to be normal. She says, young man, the items you gave me are very valuable. I won't be able to digest them for a while, and this thing here that I picked up is quite useful. You can have it. Wow, what's this, a heart? Our guy loses 10 sanity points. Heart of a faceless demon. Cursed object. Can be connected to the heart of a target. However, it requires a lot of fresh blood to work. The old lady says, if you want someone to die, just think about them with this heart, and use your most vicious methods. Boy, you will be able to reap much joy. Lin knows, there's nothing ordinary that this old lady brings. Just by the description, I know it's a lethal weapon. She then leaves. At this time, the carriage salesman arrives, and he exchanges some items. He enters the store, throws the bag on the floor, and someone immediately knocks on the door. When he goes to see who it is, man, he gets scared. It's a girl with a juicy big heart, and he says, welcome to our store. She says she's impressed. The boss's business is going this well. The system says, bloodthirsty spirit. She will suck you dry little by little. I personally would take that risk. A conglomerate of evil things walking in this world of darkness. Never be drawn to her wonderful figure, or what awaits you is a nightmare. Lin asks, may I know what's making you uncomfortable? Or what treatment do you need? She says there's nothing uncomfortable. She moved nearby and came to visit the neighbors. He's not going to refuse the visit, right? Oh, welcome, of course. There are some rare creatures that don't have a level, and against them, the soul lamp is useless. He tells her to sit there, and she thanks him. The guy knows, if she really has ill intentions, he's done anyways. So it's better just to try making a friendship. The system gives a mission. Survive for 30 minutes. Keep your sanity above 0, and her malice towards you cannot reach 100%. The protagonist. Survive? It's the same mission as yesterday. Is this woman in front of me a root-level monster? The girl points to him. Boss, you don't seem to be a native of this place. Aren't you afraid of being eaten by an unfriendly customer? Loses 10 sanity right away. There's silence. He says, I am somewhat afraid, but the job of a doctor is to save lives. If someone is my patient, I will take care of that person. This is my principle. She stands up. Very interesting. But what if someone isn't your patient? The voluptuous monster comes closer to the side. He asks, what do you mean by not a patient? She whispers in his ear, like, what if I'm here to eat you and drink all fluids in your body? The crisis went to 61, but Lin has a stoic expression and tells her, impossible, sister. You're too beautiful, and your outer beauty surely reflects your inner beauty. For a girl as elegantly poised as you, even a meal must be worthy and graceful, like that of a noble. She steps aside, saying he knows how to talk. Phew, the crisis decreased a bit. She sits in the chair. Do you really think I'm beautiful? Lin says, of course. Then she opens her monster mouth, and now, giant worms came out of it. 30 sanity less. Yikes, she's moving closer. She says, I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful. The crisis is at 81, 85, 90. She's coming closer. Well, aren't you going to say anything? 99 crisis. Lin could only think of one way to break her evil character, and that was kissing her. He even swallowed the worms and got out of breath. Everything's slobbery and sloppy. The poor thing is agape with her mouth open. She wants to know what that was. Phew, the crisis dropped to 50. Lin says, sorry, your sudden change made me want to kiss you. Forgive me, I was rude. It's just that you really fit the type of aesthetic I appreciate. She's flabbergasted. The type of aesthetic? He says. Yes, I've always liked girls with good dental hygiene and beautiful tentacles in the mouth, especially sticky and gummy ones like yours. To my eyes, it's an existence comparable to the moonlight. The poor thing is confused. Something's wrong with this guy. He remained very calm upon seeing my appearance, and is still saying that. He's strange. She's covering her tentacles all shy-like. Our guy is confused. What's up? What's wrong with you, big sis? She flashes some sharp teeth. Didn't you say you like people with good oral hygiene? For Lin, things are only getting worse. The crisis hits 70. He comes close to look at the teeth. Sister, you're wonderful. But there can't be any flaws in your oral hygiene. Let me give you gentle oral care. What's that, buddy? She's also taken aback. Next scene, she's looking at herself in the mirror and he asks, "What do you think? Is your breath fresher?" She's just looking at herself, not saying anything. He comes over, touches her shoulder. "Beautiful, isn't it?" She's startled. "What's happening?" He asks, "What's up? Are you satisfied with my service?" She says it's okay. But inside she's all lost. What's happening? Where is this going? This guy, what kind of human is he? Normally, he should be screaming in terror, and then try to run away and afterwards pee himself. But actually, he wasn't scared at all. He even got excited and wanted to take care of my mouth. She scowls. "You know what? Let's stop this small talk. I'm here for business." She asks, "Did you perform surgery on a pig head yesterday?" The crisis jumps back to 70. Yes, I did." "What's the problem?" He immediately thinks, "Oh no, disaster. She's not here for revenge, is she?" She says, "You operated on him and took a child out of his belly, right?" Our guy remembers that weird thing. "May I ask who you are?" She says she's the mother of the child, turning into a monstrous thing again. She's already grabbing our guy. He tells her, "Hey, calm down, beautiful girl. I just want to know why you were interested in that demon pig. And even if you were, what is your relation with his child? The pig even told me that it all started a month ago." The monstrous woman says, "Unfortunately, that little ghost was a part of me that fell off." He looks, "Lady, why are you here then?" She says, "Of course, I'm here to take back my child." She must have turned into a monstrous creature, hasn't she? I'm dying to see. Murder, malice, resentment. My child possesses all these qualities that I have. Surely she will become an incredible calamity and bring nightmares to everyone. Oh dear, how do I explain this, right? 91 crisis. Thinking, oh crap, if she sees the current state of that child, she's going to kill me. All cute. Miss, wait a moment. Are you sure this child is yours? For you to take her, the pig head will have to come here and give his testimony in person. She says, "Testimony? Alright, I'll tell him to give you a testimony." Then she opens her mouth. She's going to pull him out from her insides there, right? Yep, that's exactly it. His skull just dropped to the floor. Lin is in horror. The pig head is gone. He was devoured by this woman. 40 less sanity. She's already circling him. "Now hand over my child, and then I will consider sparing your life." Lin responds, "I will hand over your child, I indeed will. It's just that she might have some minor differences from what you're imagining." She hears a child's voice from the side and immediately runs towards it. "It's my child. I want to see what she has become." Lin says, "Please stop. Don't look at her now." She keeps running. She must be a perfect distortion, the purest malice, a creature that conveys all cruelty in this world. I want to see her. But when she arrives, the child is all cute. She's all radiant. She looks at her and smiles. The bloodthirsty girl turns to Lin. "Who is she?" Lin says, "She's the baby I took from the pig head's belly yesterday. Isn't she cute?" The devilish woman is baffled. "Wait, take a look." "Impossible. I don't believe it. This can't be my daughter." She pulls a tentacle out of her head and throws it on the ground, which starts wrapping around the child's leg, and the girl gets all scared. But the tentacle kinda starts becoming part of her body, and then she knows, it's my daughter. How did my daughter turn out like this? The protagonist is also pretending to be dumbfounded. Wow, what happened to her? The system notifies that he had completed the child raising part 1, and her worldview was adjusted according to his intentions. However, the current creature completely contradicts the mother's expectations, shaking her mental state. At this moment, she has a taming level of 351 and a malice level of 591. Our guy finds it interesting. What are these new levels? He makes a face, signals for attention. She stands up in shock, turns left, she follows. Hee hee, good girl. It seems the taming level helps a lot. The only problem is that for the patient, this might not be very good. I need to find a way to satisfy her. The protagonist picks the little girl up. Hee hee, miss. She really is a very healthy daughter. She looks just like you. If you're sure she's your child, you can adopt her at any time. Go on, little girl. call your mommy. She goes, "Mommy." The demon is in shock there, but the little girl goes and gives her a kiss on the cheek. Her sanity drops. Disaster, impossible. How is this my daughter? I am the aggregation of all evil entities, a spirit of pure malice and hatred. My daughter, at the least, should be as monstrous as I am. But look at her, she's so pure. This purity in her eyes is terrifying. Ah, terrifying. She thinks the look of the child is fake. Wait, a disguise, isn't it? This is just a disguise. Just as I become a wonderful woman to seduce my prey, you must be doing the same, right? Beneath this, there must be an evil creature with a twisted soul. But the child is all cute there, patting her head. Loses 20 sanity again. The poor thing is collapsing. Ah, patient, what happened? But she's already fallen to the ground. Is she devastated? She speaks of a twisted soul fragment. She was supposed to be a corrupted existence. How is this possible? Our protagonist asks. Miss, are you okay? Angrily she replies. It was you, wasn't it? What did you do? The crisis instantly went to 91. The creature unleashed a devilish fury. But our protagonist is no fool. Places the adorable little child right in front of her. She stops face to face and gets a little lick. The poor thing is baffled. You, child, don't come closer. But he's just holding her there, man. She gets closer, and the crisis drops. Ah, the blonde red ghost wants to flee the store. The system gives a mission. Make the malevolent mother accept that the child is her daughter, while eliminating all her hostility towards you. My God. But the system loves to give me some strange missions. But eliminating her hostility depends only on this child. He says to her, take a look at this beautiful little girl. She's so healthy. I think you should be happy. The monster replies, let me ask you something. If your child was born as a creature, would you be happy? He responds, shouldn't I be happy? She thinks, ah, damn, I almost forgot. He's a pervert that got excited even with a monster like me. Of course, he would be happy if he had a creature child. She, now with that terrible horse face, says, alright, but what if you had a girl with her appearance, huh? Would you still be happy? Our protagonist asks, my daughter with this appearance? So cute? I would be even happier. She is lost. What kind of disaster are you? Happy with a monster, happy with a cute child. This doesn't make sense. But enough of this talk. You turned my daughter into this thing, didn't you? I won't forgive you. Lin interrupts her and says, let's put this aside for a moment. Okay, let me ask you, would you really be happier if your child turned into a corrupted spirit covered in tentacles? Would you really want a malicious existence that would attack you at first sight? Or would you prefer this sensitive and obedient child who sweetly calls you mommy? The little girl says, mommy. She even blushed. And Lin gained another 2 comfort points. Then he says, in truth, deep down in your heart, you always wanted a child of pure appearance, didn't you? However, you are a malevolent creature, bound by the traditions and beliefs of your race, and you never wanted to admit that. She cuts him. Enough of this. You're talking nonsense. Comes to hit him, but he puts the child in front of her again. The little girl was all happy and smiles. With that, the poor ghost already fell to the ground. Lin thought, I know how to deal with her. All radiant, he says, I'm sure that in your heart, what I'm saying makes sense, doesn't it? She tells him, enough of this. You've been talking nonsense for too long. I'm not looking for anything pure. But Lin interrupts. You can't hide it, madam. Haven't you noticed? When you're in your human form, all the movements you make are exceptionally confident and graceful. Especially your gaze. The charm of a woman. None of that can be faked. Deep down, you've always wanted to have a perfect appearance too. She's blushing there, but she's coming angrily to hit him. But he holds her hand. Calm down. Let me speak. I heard you saying that you use this scary appearance to attract prey, don't you? However, in this dark world, humans are scarce. I must be one of the few who fell in love with this stunning human beauty of yours. It becomes clear that both of your forms attract me greatly. But let's not talk about that. If in a world with so few humans you assumed this form, it means it was not for the purpose of attracting prey, but rather, a search within for beauty. The monster is speechless, and the crisis goes down to 41. Madam, even though you are an evil spirit, I believe that your search for beauty is not something wrong. You call yourself an evil person, but to me, in my eyes, you are beautiful. Not just in appearance, but you also radiate femininity from the inside out. A wonderful charm that is more human than I am. The crisis is already at 20, but you got carried away, didn't you? Look at the little girl. That's why the spirit that came out of you is so cute and lovely. Doesn't this prove the whole beauty inside of you? the guy lied through his teeth. She was born this way because she is the embodiment of your true soul. Now he's thinking, I just need to capitalize on this. The crisis goes to 0, and her affection for our guy increases by 10. The liar strikes again. Do you think a mere human like me has the power to transform an evil creature into such a beautiful child? Of course not. I've already gained a bunch of experience from sweet talking, she asks, all blushing. Boom, he sends the child. Take advantage, madam. This child is the most precious gift sent to you from the heavens. A beautiful little girl like this, who in this world wouldn't like her? The devilish one comes closer but somewhat lost. Lin asks, so, what do you think, huh? She replies, maybe it makes some sense. With that, mission completed. You survived for half an hour and earned a bunch of experience, coins, items, and 1% attraction from any woman. Even threw in the K-pop face there. Picks up the child saying, forget that obsession in your heart and embrace your little girl. She's already all cute and now just looks like an alternative girl with tattoos all over her body. Lin says, stop waiting and come on already. He gives her the child that goes for a little lick. She's like, this is the feeling. I never imagined what it was like to be a mother. This is affection and joy. I don't want to have these sensations, so why do I like them? Our guy says, how about that, huh? Like the genuine feeling of happiness and sweetness? She says she's not used to it, but he says it's alright. For a first mother, these uncertainties are normal. It's like the first intimate time. It's always with a feeling of strangeness. She's already shaking her head there. What are you talking about? You smooth-talking demon. Do you think your words change the fact? I know you've changed my child under your care. I'm your neighbor, so I'm just going to wait for the time when I'm interested in you and I'll come to eat you at night. The little daughter gives her another lick and she's leaving. Just you wait, okay? I'll be back. But Lin tells her to be careful and to come back anytime. Phew, he sits down in the chair relieved. It's clear that I need to improve my combat skills. If I get into a situation like this again, I won't be so lucky. Especially now considering that she might come after me at night, I need to get stronger. Well, at least tonight the professor will be back and then I'll be safe. Speaking of which, the system gave me something special, didn't it? Infectious aura. Passive ability. When trying to persuade someone, it greatly increases the chance and reduces the target's malice towards you. He activates the new skill he acquired and someone knocks on the door. He gets serious, goes there, and opens it. The skull guy with a creature behind him has arrived. Black Knight. Extremely strong combat ability in attack and defense. A knight of death with an intense will to battle. He wants to challenge all those who are strong in this world. Lin thinks, here comes another tough one. It's definitely one of those elite bosses. The knight says, give me some combat assistance potions. Your reward will not be small. He receives a mission from the system. Prepare enough potions to satisfy the knight. Lin says, welcome. This is the right place. In the entire Valley of Souls, our shop has the best potions. The knight asks, isn't your shop the only one in hundreds of miles? Lin replies, of course. We're so good that all the others close their businesses. Then he throws some potions on the table. Sir, what kind of assistance potion do you want? The strength potion is our best seller. It increases your attack. Want to try? The Dark Knight gets excited and drinks it, but instantly responded, this potion is trash. Its effect on my strength is ridiculous. Are you joking with me? The crisis starts to rise. Calm down, my lord. I have better potions. I will choose here. Once more Lin is scared. Geez, if I can't make the potion this guy wants, will he resort to violence? He picks another one. Try this one then. This will satisfy you. Maximum tier Berserker Potion. Significantly increases abilities but puts the target in a Berserker state. The guy snatches it from his hand and starts to drink. Lin thinks this one can't go wrong. Its effect is unparalleled. He will be satisfied. But bang. He slams it on the table again. What a trash effect. This type of potion is only good for weak creatures. For me, it's almost insignificant. Lin tells him, calm down, sir, I'll get another one here. Just give me a moment. 20% crisis. Take this one. Trash. 30% crisis. This one here. Trash. 40% crisis. This is the best I have. Wow, this one's inspired. 60% crisis. The knight is clenching his fists. Your shop can't make a decent potion, huh? You're wasting my time. The crisis already went up to 91. Lim realizes the guy is about to attack him. The madman already reached for his sword. 97, 98, Lim says. Just a moment, sir. Our shop has a potion that I'm sure will satisfy you. Just give me a little time. The potion needs to be made on the spot. The Dark Knight inquires about it. The protagonist says, if you're not satisfied, you can cut me. Ah, okay then. Then stares at him saying, I'll give you half an hour to make it. If I'm not satisfied, I'm going to cut you. Lin will make a critical attack potion. It makes the person deal much more critical attacks. However, it has some negligible strange side effects. It's one of the formulas provided by the system, and our boy is praying it's at least decent. Good thing he received all the materials this morning. And the hardest part, a piece of meat from a root level creature, he got as a reward for taking care of the headhunter. He tries to remember how Bloodsaw made the potions because he doesn't have much experience. And then he starts, burns the herbs here, throws some powder there, mixes everything in slime mucus, adds some teeth, some vampire pieces, and stirs everything in the cauldron. With that, he managed to create a bunch of potions. Then he places them in front of the guy. Phew, it took a while, but it will be worth it. This is the potion I made for you. The knight asks, are you sure this is the best potion here? You better think carefully, boy. This time, I'm going to cut you. Lin assures that this is the best there is. However, now everything depends on its effectiveness, of which he has no idea. The knight opens the potion, smells a stinky scent. Strange, the smell is horrible, but why do I feel like my power is increasing? Then he takes a big gulp while holding his nose. Lin is just watching. The armored guy throws the bottle on the ground. This is it. This is the power I wanted, and I can clearly feel my body strengthening. It's like a wild woman dancing inside of me. I don't know that feeling, but it must be crazy. Our protagonist thinks, well, it seems the potion's effect is strong. The armored guy lets out a shout, all the armor shattered, throwing punches around, going crazy. I want more. Such a potent potion. I walked through hell for years, and I've never found something as good as this. He immediately asks our guy, what potion is this? What's its effect? Our guy says, this is our special critical chance potion. You deserve to have it. The knight asks, critical attack potion? I didn't expect an abandoned place like this to have such a good potion. With this, I will be able to take down that demon hunter. Our protagonist says, sir, this potion really has an explosive effect. However, I need to be responsible and remind you that it has a tiny little side effect. I'm just not quite sure what it is, but it exists. The knight replies, side effect? Look at this explosive physique, this terrifying power. I'm not even afraid of death, let alone a little side effect. But a breeze from the door and wow man, the guy went bald. He sees the look on our protagonist's face and asks, are you in shock? Look at these perfect muscles. Lin nervously swallows while he can't say anything, then stuttering says, patient. The side effect appeared. The knight's side effects? I don't feel anything. But then he touches his head and the two are staring at each other. My hair. He hits the ground. Is this the effect you mentioned? The two fall silent there. I'm going to kill you. He comes at him and the protagonist says, you said you're not even afraid of death. What's the problem with going bald? You became the strongest bald guy. It's a small price for power, isn't it? Just a tiny one. The guy seems to be in a dilemma there. He thinks, well, I'm a warrior seeking strength. Going bald is not a problem. But my long hair matched my Black Knight vibe. But it doesn't matter. The potion's effect is incredible. I feel almost twice as strong. It's very good. He goes to the mirror there, striking that ZYZZ pose. So what if I'm bald? The important thing is true strength. When he looks in the mirror, his bald head looks like a shining lamp. Then he says, hey, I don't mind being bald. But why do I look like a lamp? The protagonist, I guess these special effects make you more unique, right? The knight, now covering his head, asks, how many of these potions do you have? Lin says, well, including the one I gave you, I have 10 more. The guy immediately shouts, I'll take them all. The protagonist replies, are you sure you can handle the effects? The knight grabs him, points to his head and says, give me everything, no dawdling or I'll kill you. Next scene, then he's already leaving the shop with his shiny bald head. Our guy, goodbye, come back anytime. Then we see the Black Knight wandering around the ruined world. He jumps off his horse, there you are. I thought you were going to run, face to face with the demon hunter. Who says, I thought you were afraid to face me. But perfect, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Black Knight. The knight draws his sword, today either you or I will die. The hunter replies, you were no match for me decades ago, and it's still the same. But the knight pulls out the potion. It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious. Boom, he's already exuding a purple aura. The hunter recognizes the powerful effect and says, even with all possible medicine, the gap between us won't close. At that moment he sees something strange. It seems like there's something shining on his head. How odd. There's even a sound effect. Wait, it shines again. What's that? Then the hunter says, apparently, Black Knight, you have a very powerful secret trap, don't you? But the knight replies, I don't use hidden things like you idiot. However, his head is reflecting and shining so much that the hunter is sure that it is some sort of secret blinding effect. Energy bomb? A sacred scroll. I got it. A magical reflection crystal. The knight yells, get out of here. It's none of those. I told you, man, I'm not carrying anything. The hunter replies, my god, but the shine is blinding. The knight then reveals, this is the small price to defeat you. I became bald, but stronger. Then suddenly jumps to strike with his sword. According to that human, my critical hit is maximized. Today I will bury you. The hunter thinks, darn, he's too bright. I can't see his movements. But he skillfully manages to escape, and the knight strikes the ground with his sword. Next scene, someone knocks on the store's door. When Lin opens it, it's the hunter all battered. Lin asks, just one day, how are you already so injured again? He enters, stop talking nonsense, just take care of me. I'll pay you double. The system issues the mission, and the guy collapses in the chair saying, I encountered an old subordinate of mine who was never a match for me. And today, for some strange reason, he was extremely strong. Every attack of his was a critical hit. Lin asks, a critical hit? The hunter says, yes, that cursed one had a shiny bald head. It kept blinding me all the time, and I couldn't defend myself. Darn it, he enchanted his own head with a holy attribute. I'm sure it was when he took that potion. If I find out who gave that potion to that guy, I'm going to cut him into pieces. The protagonist thinks, oops, could it be me? It seems he was the demon hunter the knight wanted to defeat. Good thing he doesn't seem to suspect me. I have to find a chance to slip away. Some minutes later Lin says, we are done. I have some bottles here of healing tonic. 200 coins per potion, and you won't even need surgery. However, at that moment, the hunter sees a bottle on the table. Hey, that's the same potion that bald guy drank. He looks straight at Lin and says, pretending to be innocent, huh, kid? I didn't expect it was you who had given that potion to the bald guy. Lin pretends to know nothing. What potion are you talking about? I have no idea. The hunter yells in his face. Going to keep pretending? I saw the bald guy drinking something exactly the same shape as that one on your table. Lin says, was the bald guy a black knight with a horse? Yeah, why? Okay, if that's the case, he really came to my shop and bought a lot of potions. He was very generous and gave our clinic 10,000 coins. The knight asks, 10,000? What kind of potion is so expensive? Capitalistic Lin strikes. My chance to make money has arrived. Then he starts his sales pitch. My great customer, we've just released the incredible critical potion. It defeats monsters and the competition. It's an exclusive collection. The hunter interrupts him. You damn seller, shut up. Stop selling me this thing. I just want to know why you're helping a creature of darkness hunt your own race. Lin says, I think you're jumping to conclusions, sir. First, I didn't even know the knight was going to hunt you. Second, he came to buy various things and was very generous. There was no reason for me not to sell. Third, since he bought this potion to deal with you, why don't you repay him with kindness? The knight throws Lin to the ground. This seller is trying to deceive me, but to deal with that guy I have no choice. How much does it cost? Our guy, the price per unit, is 2,000 skull coins. However, considering our friendship, I'll give you a 20% discount. 1,600, almost a bankruptcy price for my shop. Suddenly the knight draws his weapon to Lin's head saying, I can also kill you here and take over your little shop. It's not impossible, right? Lin replies, but we share the same blood. We're of the same race. What are you doing? Our relationship, it's better than relatives, man. Our friendship, it runs through my blood. Just because of that I gave you these 20% off. Then you come and say you're going to kill me? That hurts my heart, you know. Then Lin grabs his hand to pretend that he is being abused. Let go of my hand, kid. He lets go. Phew, what a disaster. How many potions did that old guy buy? I want several too. Money is not a problem for me. Hurry up and prepare them. Then he looks at everything and brings 10 critical potions, plus the potion I used to heal your arm. A total of 16,900 coins. Let's round it up to 17, right? You can pay with 17 black skulls. The hunter threw the money and left. Dude, Lin just thanked him. I think he forgot to warn that he would get bald. However, with that, he completed the system mission, happy with the profit. I made a lot of money today. Wait a minute. With this potion going around, everyone's going to end up bald. I think I'm going to start a hair transplant business. Buy a critical damage potion and get a hair transplant free. I'm going to make a lot of money. We then see the bald knight searching. That darn hunter was badly injured. He didn't go far. I can feel his presence. He's nearby. I need to kill him. This is going to greatly increase my ranking in the dark world. It's been hundreds of years. I can't miss this opportunity. That's when he sees something coming from behind. He turns around. Found you. Wait a minute. What's this light? What's coming? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? The hunter got really ugly. What a huge head. The knight is startled. Is it you? The hunter says. Now we're going to finish our battle? The knight, calm down. You too? Yes. I may have gone bald, but I got much stronger. Thought you were the only one going to be bald? Now that I am too, you better get out of the way. The knight says. It seems we're back to square one. However, mine is brighter than yours. He forces his head, raising it to 300 lumens. Oh yeah? Then check this out. I just increased the frequency of mine. It's shining brighter than yours. The skull guy is getting up to 400 lumens. Mine shines brighter. The two start a contest of who shines brighter. Suddenly, take this sword strike. Enough with the jokes. The skull guy asks, why did you go bald like me? You're copying me. You must die. Then the fight begins. An open exchange back and forth, while our little boy in the shop earned an achievement as a potion seller. In addition to reaching level 6 and unlocking the vision function. He's confused. Vision? What does that do? The system explains that it's an illusory domain, a mirror of things that have existed for thousands of years in this dark world. He can communicate with other creatures using this vision. Lin thinks it seems similar to the idea of being in a field of consciousness. The system then says that each time he enters, it will cost 500 skull coins. Wow. That's expensive. But what can you do? I made so much today, so let's take a look. Clicks on the little eye there and is transported, appearing in the middle of a green nothingness. He asks, is this the so-called vision system? The system explains yes, and that there is the 11th abyss of the world. This is vision zone number 900, and in this zone, the Supreme Being prohibits any kind of conflict. Our guy looks at the big eye there and thinks, is that the so-called Supreme God who observes everything? At that moment, he asks the system, do you have anything to do with this so-called Supreme God? Because I feel something familiar when I see you. The system says, no relation at all, and gives him 1,000 coins. Peculiar. The system forms a rune on his arm and says he can check the information, but be careful so that no creature there discovers his true location. He then transfers 1,000 gold coins from his profile to his profile within this world. And in this place, everyone has an attribute window. His panel shows Lin, human race from another world, with no identity, with 1,000 coins and a medium danger ranking. Around him, there seem to be only some ghosts. At that moment, he receives a message. Blood. And that message warns that a battle is happening in Ghost Alley. A hunter versus a black knight. Whoever wants to watch has to pay 20 coins. He asks, how does this work? Can you really get information like this? He pays the 20 coins, gets transported. Wow, am I in Ghost Alley? The visuals are so immersive, but really, I'm hearing the sound of a fight happening. He looked around and went to see who was fighting. Is it the hunter and the black knight? They're fighting again. A message alerts that it's the black knight ranked 171 against the hunter ranked 143. In the chat, everyone is talking about the fight. Some guy wrote, damn, I want to see the hits, but I just keep looking at those bald heads. Lin is confused. What's this? Why does it feel like I'm watching a live stream on YouTube? I didn't imagine this dark world was so modern. Well, if I can expand my business in this vision world, that would be good. Just imagine, providing medicines, assistance, everything would be more convenient. But if I can get in here, surely the boss can too. Why doesn't he use this to do marketing for the store? He then takes a look at the conversations and sees there's a regional chat. He's like, wow man, it's just like an online game. In this chat, someone's saying, be careful with that doctor's shop. When I went there, he was on top of someone with a chainsaw, taking everything apart. The doll also wrote something there. Yes, he's very strange, that human doctor. I went there and he stuck his hand down my throat just to pull out a doll's arm, and it still hurts. Lynn's confused. Why is everyone speaking badly about our good shop? Oh no, I'll have to talk to them. My business will suffer if it goes on like this. At that moment, he saw the bloodthirsty hot ghost profile and clicked on it. It looked like had accessed her Instagram. And in a post, a burned ghost said, "Yesterday when I went to the shop, he was doing something strange with your daughter. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't normal." Lynn knew that he was screwed. Now she knows everything. He quickly clicks to get out of there and goes back to the shop. Wow, I have to hurry and close this door before she gets here. But just as he was about to close, the female hand stopped him. She enters asking, "Hello child, closing the shop so early today? Are you afraid someone will enter?" Lynn thinks, now I'm screwed she's here. He replied, "It's just that I'm not feeling well, so I wanted to rest a bit." Favorability just dropped. She places her hand on his shoulder. "Ah, is that so? What a shame. I just wanted to express my gratitude for taking care of my daughter." The crisis went to 79. Lynn says, "No need, really? It's something I'd do for anyone. Thank you." Already reaching for the Chicago kid's toy his pocket, she suddenly appears in front of him. "Why won't you accept my sincere expression of gratitude?" Once again, the mission to survive begins. And the crisis is already at 85. She's up close. 94 and nothing happened. Someone suddenly enters the shop. "Young boy, are you closing?" When she looks back, it's the butcher old lady. Lynn says, "I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I wanted to rest." "How was your day, Grandma?" The butcher lady says. "I'm old. Not many people care for my stories. But what you gave me today is something very interesting." Lynn replied, "Don't worry. I have something new here for you." Then he picked up the hunter's and the skeleton's hair. "Look, all that I've gathered." The old lady questioned, "When I was coming here, I saw the two bald guys fighting. Did you shave their heads?" Lynn responded, "Yes. Both of them are good customers." The old lady is amazed. "I didn't expect someone so peculiar to appear in our ghost alley. Everyone here seems to be related to you, young man. It's very inspiring." Lynn says it is his great pleasure to help everyone. If she wants, she can come in and rest. The old lady thanks him as she enters. Lynn thinks, "I was lucky that the old lady showed up, otherwise this woman might have killed me." Moreover, he completed the mission to escape the woman's malice and received a curse diagnosis. The old lady then asks Lynn who this woman is. He says she's a client and neighbor who just arrived, a very friendly and beautiful girl. The blood witch tells him, "Since you have another person here, I won't bother you. I'm going to cook something really delicious tonight, and I want you to come to my house. It's number 45. You won't refuse," showing him what he likes the most. His sanity takes the usual dive, and he receives two possible missions, one to refuse and one to accept, both of which he has to survive. "See you next time." Phew, finally she's gone. "Don't come back, woman." The old lady tells him to be more careful, not to provoke spirits like her, or they'll torment him forever. Lynn thanks the old lady. "If it weren't for you, I'd have been dragged off, right?" She says he deserves it to be protected. Without him here, Ghost Alley would no longer exist. But Grandma will only help you this time. What happens from here on out isn't her concern. And off she went. Looking at the clock, Lynn knows that he was lucky this time. He just wishes the boss would arrive soon to save his life. However, time is passing and the boss isn't coming. He's pacing back and forth, unsure what to do. "I could try staying in the shop and survive the day. But if I'm not as lucky as yesterday, I'll be eaten by monsters. I could go as a guest to the red dress woman's house. But that seems like an even worse disaster. No, I have to calm down. You know what? Let's go to the vision world to get some information." As soon as he looks at the chat conversation, the witch is talking to the burned ghost. He asked Majesty, "Did you kill that human child?" She said she almost did, but the butcher arrived and saved him. But it's okay. She invited him to dinner today. If he comes, she has a little show prepared. And if he doesn't come, even better. Our guy leaves the vision scared. What am I going to do? If she says it's going to be even worse if I stay, I have to take the initiative and go there. It's just dinner, right? What could possibly go wrong? He opens the door and departs. Our guy arms himself, but a step out of the shop and the curses are all staring at him. Starts putting more status into vitality to increase his chances to come back alive, and heads toward the friend's house. Arriving there, he enters saying, "Miss, your visitor is here." But there's absolute silence. A bunch of bodies were hanging there, all well and alive, right? But our guy is a psychopath. Instead of being scared, he goes to poke them. These aren't as pretty as me, poor guys. He continues walking through the house until he finds the dinner table. But where's the witch? He wanders about while we see that he's being watched through some kind of mirror. The witch says, "Everyone, the doctor has arrived. It's time for him to meet us." On the dark YouTube chat, the Blood Doll is saying that it's not good to kill Lin. After all, if Bloodsaw comes back, he'll seek revenge. However, the burned ghost says he has to pay for everything he's been doing in Ghost Alley. A skeleton asks if she's going to kill him. The queen says it would be too easy to kill him like that. Before he dies, she wants to see terror on his face, to return 100-fold everything he did to her daughter. She snaps her fingers and orders the creatures in her house. Let's just see how he's going to die. While Lin is there, already sleepy, waiting for the girl. At that moment, a bunch of chains descends next to him with all the bodies. Lin asks to himself, the creatures are moving? What a crazy hallucination. Surely a bunch of walking bodies didn't just fall here, right? When he looks to the side again, they're all coming. Oh crap, it's not an illusion. He stands up, closes his eyes. When he opens them, they are closer. Calm down. So they move if I don't look at them. Darn. But what am I going to do? They're already getting close, and I can't even blink. Well, he stays there for a while. When he blinks, the creature is already in his face and he is in shock, while the viewers are impressed. It had to be the Great Blood Queen. Only she knows how to create terror like this. He must be about to pee himself because he knows now when he blinks, the creature will bite his neck. The queen tells everyone to relax, and cause this is just the appetizer. The fun is yet to start. But when she looks, our guy is examining the creature's mouth. The live audience is confused with what he's doing, but Lin is there just doing his job. The doll says, what did he take out of the mouth? Man, I think it was a gold tooth. That thing's worth a lot in the human world. Yeah, so he's not scared if he's picking up the item? The queen joins the live and says, no, impossible. He's just pretending to be calm. But our guy is pretending to be calm. He knows he can't blink. While everyone's is thinking, I got it. He's planning something to escape. But our guy is like, these mummies seem very strong. Then he pulls out his work tools, and everyone's clueless about what he's going to do. He went with the blade and stabbed right into. What's this, man? The Blood Queen felt that pain in her own dark hole. While Lin is fixing everyone the same way, man, what's this? The burned mummy is like, is he really doing this? Seriously? He goes behind another one there. Take that too. The chat's like, something strange with this guy, because it seems like he got more excited after the mummies appeared. Our guy is now staring down the mummies. So, who's next? The queen's getting mad. She's going to lift this curse and orders everyone to attack him. Another comes to bite him, man. But now our guy's confident. One goes down, then another. He's cutting everyone up. The worst part is that he's always making the same cut, right there. The queen's now screwed. She's getting embarrassed live. Everyone's like, damn, this guy is incredible, isn't he? Apparently, he's not afraid at all. They see Lin heading for the door. Whoa, is he trying to escape? But he was so aggressive. Now he's scared. No, wait, what's that sound? Wait, I've heard that sound somewhere before. Our guy's running like a maniac. It's time to meet the baby, pulling out the electric saw, finishing all the poor mummies. The only thing is that our guy's sanity is going down the drain with these actions. The chat's all kind of confused, and the ghost says the queen will have to use some more cruel methods. This guy's worse than his boss. Lin gets the notification that the blood doll is at maximum fear of him, and his popularity is just increasing. He finds it odd, huh? What's happening? So many names I know, but none of them are here. How strange. Then he pulls something from his coat, puts it in the cup, and drinks calmly. This wine here is really good. The doll's telling the queen that it's better to release this human. But the queen says it was just the beginning. Now she's going to show something much more merciless. She pulls a lever, and Lin feels something. When he looks back, there's a painting staring at him. He finds it odd, huh? Why is there a human painting in this place? He approaches, and the eye starts moving. He gets a shock when someone places a hand on his shoulder. He turns around and, wow, what's this? She's ugly. But Lin is very calm. He doesn't care about anything anymore. In the conversation, everyone says if they had gone through that, they would have peed themselves. The queen's there. So scared you can't even move, right? Go on. Start screaming and begging for forgiveness. I want to see your face begging. But Lin says, hi cutie, how are you? Everyone in the chat is shocked. what's happening? He pulls her close saying, I know she called you here just to be part of this horror show, but don't worry about that. Just come sit here with me and have a good meal. But she comes behind to cast a curse on him. Man. When Lin realizes that, he gives her a slap in the face. The people in the chat are all puzzled. While Lin is warming up his arm, the poor girl's head flies away. He goes to the floor, picks up her head, looks at it affectionately. Don't scare people like that. How about you be a quiet little girl? She's scared. She's a curse, a ghost. Why can he touch her? Lin says he's a pharmacist and a doctor. He deals with evil spirits all the time, and so he's always under the effect of a potion that allows him to touch spirits. Otherwise, how would he operate on people, right? The ghost is like, okay, cool then. But he comes closer and says, it's a pleasure meeting you. My name is Lin. Can I get to know you better? The burned ghost in the chat says there's some wrong development happening. Am I the only one noticing something strange going on there? While the blood witch, damn, I had forgotten this guy was like this. The more terrifying, the more he likes. The ghost is freaking out. Impossible. How can he stand my scary face? Yelling, she even opens her head there to show him her gray matter. Now he's going to be scared for sure. Lin stares at it. Interesting. But he's already falling even more in love. I really liked it. She ran away. Get away from me. While Lin says, no, why don't you come back? He catches her before she enters the wall. He says, I know you're trying to scare me, but you're not very good at it. Come here, and I'll teach you the true terror. Geez, what's he going to do? She turns and asks the same thing. Lin explains, didn't you hear? And I'm going to teach you how to really scare people. He took her hand and placed it on his chest. Can you feel it pulsing and the blood flowing? What you're holding is my heart. The ghosts are all wide-eyed, but Lin's sanity is also going down. He gets close to her face. You have to learn to slowly feed the fear into people's hearts. The target has to feel this sensation of tightness. Then, looking into the eyes, you have to slowly let the person tear out the heart, until the heart appears in front of them. She's staring at it in panic without words. The queen is also in shock. Then Lin says, and at this moment, all you have to do is, the poor ghost stands still. Boom, gives her a scare. Everyone in the valley starts losing sanity and going crazy. And in the house, the ghost lets out a scream. Everyone no longer wants to watch, turns it off. This is getting scary, queen, stop it. Then Lin says, I was just playing with you. This here is just the heart of a faceless demon, not mine. But what did you think? You enjoyed it, didn't you? However, this lesson I think was perfect. You learned how to use visuals, sound effects, and even the most important part, which is to surprise someone. Learned everything? Just looking at her while she's done for. The poor thing is crying. Don't come any closer. Get away from me. Man, our boy receives another notification. Now, for the blood doll, she is in utter horror. Moreover, he has left the hairless ghost and the burned mummy in terror. Lin finds it confusing. What's happening? I'm seeing experience from a bunch of weird people. Are they viewing this as a reality show in the vision world? The little doll is pleading. Queen, please turn off this live. Like, it makes no sense anymore. This guy is not normal. The skull maniac. You said you were going to scare him, but everyone here is scared. It makes no sense. Turn it off. The queen says, darn it, he was supposed to be embarrassed, and I'm the one getting embarrassed. You know what? I'm turning off this live now. I'm going downstairs and kill him. Just wait for the news tomorrow. And slams the table all angry, giving our guy in the mirror a look, while he looks at the photo that's now without the ghost, twirling the corkscrew, saying the same thing. The mummy tells her, you better not hesitate too much. Get there, grab his neck and kill him. She says they can relax. This time his head is going to be a decoration in front of her house. She's already pulling out her demon form and turning into a liquid form. Then she slipped through the ceiling and is dripping down below, and appeared saying, I tolerated you for too long, but now I'm going to kill you. The ghost says, Master, he said he was getting impatient, so he went to try and find you. Maybe he just went back out. She thinks, this kid. Even the creatures in her house are now avoiding him. She sees him passing by a window and rushes to catch him. When she arrives, our guy is holding the little girl in his arms. She immediately tells him to let go of her daughter. But little bro says, that's not how you treat a visitor. You invited me here for dinner, but I haven't eaten anything yet. Just tried to scare me down there. The queen tells him to stop the small talk. She knows very well what he did to her daughter. He better not try to say the same things he said during the day. Clearly, it was he who changed her appearance and kept pretending that it's a reflection of her kindness and beauty. He needs to be torn apart now. Our guy raises 3 fingers saying, I don't know what they told you, but I swear I have no intention of deceiving you. But right at that moment, lightning strikes. How crazy, right? I don't know why that lightning struck right at my promise. Does it increase the credibility of my words? She just approaches and he falls on the bed. Okay. It was me, okay, it was me. But madam, you have to understand that I had no ill intentions. She tells him to stop making up stories, but our guy explains. She was horrible. Her head was about to explode. I was afraid that when the pig came back, he wouldn't even recognize his own child. Everything I did was with good intentions. The crisis is already at 97. She's approaching. Our guy raises his arms saying, I surrender, but there were other reasons. I'm telling the truth. She says, explain. He tells her, I was really afraid of dying. Your child was a monstrous baby, and I thought she was going to kill me. The madam says, that excuse is reasonable. After all, she is my daughter. He continues, I wanted to get my hands dirty, you know, to see if I could create something aesthetically pleasing to me. She's like, wait, are you telling me you were squeezing my child as practice? Is that your reason? She grabs his arm. Calm down. It was that, but it's just that I wanted to create a really cute little girl. Just for that, I made this little modification, you know? She's like, enough of this, man, already coming for the attack. Our protagonist says, I have a background. Hold on. She asks, background? What do you mean? As you know, I'm a doctor, okay? I've taken care of a lot of people who have benefited from me, and they are all my friends. If you kill me, my friends will be really angry, you see? And then they'll come to avenge you. For example, those 2 bald guys who are fighting to the death. She asks, are you talking about the demon hunter and the black knight? Are they your friends? You think I'm going to believe you? Our guy goes into his pocket and pulls out the 2 pistols. You don't have to believe me, but you must recognize this, right? She couldn't believe. Wait, those are the hunter's revolvers. He's like, exactly. She asks why the hunter's revolvers he values so much are with you. He explains, it's because he and I are of the same race, and he's very fond of me. So he handed me this weapon for personal defense. He says if I'm in danger, just fire a shot, and he'll come to help me immediately. As you know, he's on the other side of the alley. 1 bullet, and he won't take long to be here. Poor guy, he's there sneezing, then goes into his pocket. Oh right, there's also this. She once more asks, what's this? This strand of hair? He says, this here is a lucky charm given to me by the Black Knight. She's confused. Is that the knight's hair? Exactly. Today when I gave him a haircut, he said I might need it, and handed it to me. It has a curse on it. She asks, a curse? What curse? Then Lin explains to her, if anyone tries to attack me, he'll know because the hairs on his chest will stand up. Just think about it. Do you think he would let anyone shave off all his hair? But I did and nothing happened. Doesn't that already prove my relationship with him? The poor guy is coughing there too. The demon is thinking, darn it, I've fought both of them, and both were very tough. I'm sure anyone who would shave their heads wouldn't be alive. Now it's explained why this weak human is alive in this place. So he really has connections. Hee, she tried to scare me, but thankfully I was smarter. But she suddenly changes. You're trying to deceive me again, aren't you? The hunter and the Black Knight have been enemies for hundreds of years. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so there's no way they both could be your friends. Thought I wouldn't figure out your charade? He lets out a little laugh. You don't know, do you? She's like, what? They seem like mortal enemies, but in reality, they're lovers. They love and kill each other. What the heck is this? Both even felt something there. Stop the fight. Curse Knight, I've been sneezing nonstop. What trick are you using? The Knight, it's you who must be cursing me in your mind. While our guy is getting all smug in his chair. I only mentioned those 2, but you don't even know about my teacher, right? The real Bloodsaw. Do you know how many people he's cut through? As his only apprentice. Do you have any idea what will happen if you kill me? Not to mention, the butcher is also my friend and is very fond of me. She treats me like her own grandchild. Imagine if I die. I think she wouldn't like that. Our guy is just becoming more eloquent. Poor queen is thinking, what a mess. I just want to behead him. But all these people are not easy to deal with. Lin thinks it's time for the final blow. Pulls out a pebble. Do you know what this is? She, what's that? This is a fragment from the tooth of an abyssal creature. She's like, wait, are those the giant mouths that cleaned the streets yesterday? I barely escaped and made it here. An existence even king-level creatures would flee from. And this boy here got something from its tooth. You know how many people died in the alleys nearby. Why do you think the Valley of Wandering Souls was the only one spared? She's like, why? He explains, it's obvious, because the headhunter is my friend. Then he told a story. A long time ago, a powerful monarch appeared in this dark world. Under his leadership, they conquered empires, and he amassed an army of millions of warriors. However, the arrogant monarch offended a root-level creature and tried to make it surrender. As a result, that monster killed all creatures in a single day. Only the bones of that once glorious realm remained. When the crown of that lord fell to the ground, another rule was created in this dark world. Never offend one of the headhunters. Now the witch is scared. Impossible. He's friends with that creature. I might survive the others, but if it's a headhunter, there's no way. They have various methods to find me and obliterate me before I can escape. He stands up. Madam, I'm quite weak, but my interpersonal relationships are strong. However, there's no reason for you to be mad at me. After all, we're neighbors. As neighbors, we should look out for each other, help each other, and even keep each other warm. What do you think? What's this, buddy? You're such a mature big sister. She looks. There he goes again. That darn smile. She laughs. She wants to attack but holds back. Then she returns to her human form. Alright then. We can get along again in the future. I'll put up with this for a while and then I'll kill you, boy. Lin says, phew, thankfully. The words I told you this morning weren't completely false, you know. Although the talk of your kindness was nonsense, you really have some qualities that other spirits don't possess. She's there charmingly wanting to know what those qualities are. There he goes again trying to deceive me. Silly. Our guy approaches. Your beauty and your care. I can see it. This room here is all tidy, isn't it? Your entire house is a mess. But look how cute you've made everything here. She shakes her head. No, I just did this casually. But Lin says, I can see it. The chairs, the tables, everything here has a refreshing feel to it. It's not something an evil spirit could do, especially this beautiful flower. It's impossible for a non-toxic flower to survive in this dark world. She blushes all over. It's nothing like that. Hey guys, our crazy doctor is back. Do you remember that in the last chapter he ended up at the house of the little red witch? And Lin is unstoppable, he says to her. I remember you saying you didn't like her being cute, right? So, explain this to me. Why is she wearing this hand-sewn wool outfit? Can I know? The witch says, no, it wasn't me. But our protagonist says, you don't need to explain anything else, okay? Just admit that you love seeing your cute little daughter. There's nothing wrong with that. In a way, she reminds you of yourself. Since even though you're an evil spirit, you still have a human heart. The more he talks, the prettier the witch becomes. She's thinking, maybe I really can't forget about my human life. If I hadn't died that day, I would just be a normal woman. I would have gotten married and had a daughter. However, reality was different. I've already died, and now I'm an evil spirit. And that's why I have no choice but to accept the evil identity of this world. And my humanity has already been buried in the deepest part of my consciousness. But how did this doctor find out? I buried these feelings extremely well. The system warns Lin that he managed to break some of the spirit's hatred. But our boy is unstoppable. He needs to completely end all of her hostility. So he makes an offer. Madam, I don't think you like turning into an evil spirit very much. If you want, I can help you become permanently human. She seems to doubt him. You think you can? Stop kidding yourself. Just because you fixed my daughter, do you think you can do the same with me? You don't understand. Her evil spirit hadn't taken shape yet, but mine already has. Speaking of which, you've only seen my face, haven't you? She then starts to transform, her leg all bloody. Wow, it's getting really ugly, stop it. She says, I don't think you've seen a truly corrupted spirit yet. Are you still confident in changing me? The little kid is even crying, the devil mother talking. Damnation, pain, resentment. I am the embodiment of all that. Do you think you can solve this with your hand? Our boy's sanity is plummeting. The poor thing is thinking, now I'm screwed. She's so ugly it's beyond my knowledge. But I need to stay calm. If she realizes I'm scared, she'll eat me. The crisis is already at 99, almost reaching 100%. Our boy closes his eyes and says he has a solution. He's going to use that curse correction ability he received. However, the system warns him to be careful because her curse is extremely corrupted. Not everything may go as planned. Our boy doesn't care. He just uses the curse removal. A glow starts emanating from his hand, some little souls ascending to heaven. He then manages to undo it, but the little witch ends up naked. He's left with a crown in his hand, and the system says the curse has been removed. Recharge time, 12 hours. I would say that in this new form, the witch became even more dangerous. Lin says, I told you it wasn't a lie. She's a bit confused, saying, it's impossible. How did you pull the curse out of me? Our boy is now all confident. I told you, I'm a doctor and I never abandon my clients. Already behind the little girl. She's celebrating while my AdSense is sweating bullets. But our boy is confused. It seems she's gone crazier without the curse. A little later, our hero is with the child, waiting for the mother to return from the room. It's been a while, and he's even received something from the system. But when she comes, sorry for making you wait. However, she comes back extremely dangerous with all this charm and says, sorry, it took me a little while to change clothes. Our protagonist blushes. He's even wondering, is this someone else? She even apologizes to him, saying she did excessive things. Lin says it's okay, they're neighbors now, helping each other is what matters. But she's looking to the side blushing, saying she didn't expect him to actually remove it all like that. The favorability is skyrocketing, and he warns her, I removed the curse, but not permanently. In 24 hours, you'll return to your original appearance. She says, only 24 hours? He says, yes, but if you always come to visit me, it will be permanent. She already has a smile on her face. Really, can I come to your shop every day then? Plus 20 favorability. He gives a thumbs up saying, of course, I'll even give you a 20% discount. Slyly thinking, not only did I solve the crisis, but I gained a lifelong customer. However, she's all excited asking, a discount? Do I have to pay anything? Our boy says unfortunately, it consumes a lot of his energy, and since their shop is a small place, it's just a small fee, nothing major. She's there saying, okay, so what's the price then? Lin is confused. Why are you talking so much about money? You were very powerful. You must have money at least. She says that actually she doesn't. She never cared much about it. Usually what she likes is to consume the person. She comes blushing, staring at our boy who says, it doesn't matter if you don't have money. You can pay with other things, body parts, herbs, curses, I accept. She then makes the best offer. She approaches asking, is this okay? Our boy takes a step back, now blushing, and she's already pulling down the strap of her dress. She throws herself and looks at the sly smile. But he says, madam, please respect yourself. She says, earlier you called me baby. Why not call me that again? Our boy is there trying to stop her. Our shop doesn't accept these kinds of payments. She asks, but didn't you say you would accept anything as long as it was valuable enough? Or do you believe I'm not worth that? Lin is lost. What do I do? I'm just an innocent teenager. She's too powerful for me. She has over 100 years of experience. He's just looking. No, I'm losing my chance to make money, and this will drain my energy. But she's already in his ear, hesitating. He closes his eyes. I can't, and pushes her away. But the witch asks, what's wrong? Have you never been intimate with a friend? Our hero says nothing. She insists. Not even a kiss? Not even held a hand? The system says. You feel extremely humiliated. She then says she will teach him step by step like a little teacher. Man, I don't know what happened, but he's sitting on the bed and the system sent the achievement. Congratulations on receiving the achievement. An incredible first time. He really tamed the little monster blonde. He doesn't forgive at all. Her favorability towards him increased by 50 more. He gained 400 experience. She even has to put her stockings back on, telling him that he better wait because next night she will come back again. He takes care of her. She takes care of him. Wow, this doctor pays too much attention to his patients. She even squeezes his shoulder and says every time he removes the curse, she will teach him a new powerful technique. Our boy runs off. For completing the whole mission, he receives a blood demon cloak. It allows him to become like an evil spirit, invisible and apparently untouchable. However, he has to be careful, because using that, he also can't attack anyone. Our boy curses the system. What are you talking about completing the mission successfully? I'm turning into a pervert. I'm spreading fear everywhere and still accepting payment from a woman with her body. Not only did you put me in a dangerous situation, but I was also seduced. Finished in the chair, he's still thinking. Thank God I put all the points into resistance. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to withstand all that hip force. Truly a wicked girl. I will definitely continue putting points into Constitution. Our boy is getting ready for the visit, sneaky guy. But it's at this moment that he notices something. It's been 3 days and the professor hasn't returned. Did something happen? He then enters the vision world, spending 500 coins, and checks the YouTuber's chat. The blood doll is asking, Queen, how did things go? That human apprentice of blood saw. How was his death? Tell me. The queen says yes, he received his punishment. The doll asks, how was it? Did he suffer a lot? She says yes, he was powerful. But after striking him with great force several times, in the end he was finished. The burnt mummy asks, what do you mean he was powerful? What happened? She says everything went fine, she ate him. It just happened in a different way. Our boy is there. Damn it, this woman is so open-minded. She's telling everyone. Worse still, it's in this chat here. The whole city will see. Forget it, I'll focus on my business. He enters the regional channel, but there's no information there either. So he goes to the global channel to see if he can find anything. Since there was no information, he creates a post asking if anyone saw the Chainsaw Maniac. But to create the post, it costs 1,000 coins. That's expensive. Looking above all, he thinks it's a concept very similar to Earth's video games. Could the person controlling this place also be a human? At that moment, a pentagram appears. Someone is trying to contact him. So we saw a kind of gargoyle in the territory world. The place that serves as a bridge to connect dark worlds with others. However, sacrifices must be offered. Lin gets excited. Wait, connect with other worlds? With the right sacrifice, can I go back to my world? But when he tries to use it, the system says, you don't have sufficient permissions to use this function. He realizes he'll have to level up to unlock that. But at least now he has the trading area, and he decides to go take a look. Several shops selling spells, powers, weapons, and one with a skull, selling high-level stuff suitable for humans. Another one also sells organs and limbs to connect to other people. And even one there that sells some friends who can knock you out all night. Our hero feels like it really resembles a video game. Was the creator of this world a kid addicted to the internet? The system explains that he can teleport into any shop he wants, and that to open his own shop costs 10,000 gold coins. So he decides to create one with the name Blood Chains Pharmacy. But when he clicks it says, duplicate information. The Blood Chains Pharmacy store already exists. Him. What do you mean? Wait, teleport. And he appears in front of a big door. Does the boss already have a store here? So he opens the door. But the shop requires a password to enter. Since he has no idea, he decides to guess based on what the professor likes. He starts trying some. Single 200 years. The disciple is the cutest. What the hell is this? Obviously, he misses everything. I love you, Lin. He got it right. Upon entering the shop, he sees that the design is basically identical to theirs in the real world. However, it needs a little maintenance. That's when the system says, to enter or exit this shop, it costs 500 skull coins. Our hero is shocked. Wow, 500 just to enter and exit? Where was Sarah getting all that money from? But for now, the shop has 4,000 coins saved. Our guru decides to check the store's history, and sees that his professor was selling a bunch of organs and pieces of monsters. Lin then understands. When the professor arrived with that crew in the bag, he went to the operating room, cut, and took everything to this shop here. The shop in the underworld is just a disguise where his real money comes from, and our guru is even more impressed. The creatures he seems to be killing are very strong by their names, and there are a lot of them, which shows how strong the professor is. Our protagonist then sees a message left a few days ago. Some old friend of his invited him to explore something called the Hanging Tower, and that the professor belonged to the Demon Association for 10 years. Our hero thinks, this is his last location, but it seems he already participated in the association. It shouldn't be a problem, right? So he decides to take advantage. Since he's in this world, it's the perfect chance to make more money than ever. And with the money, he'll give a lift to this shop. He goes to the back to make more of those critical attack potions that make you bald. With the potions ready, it's time to market the store. He still has to pay another 1,000 coins to create a giant billboard on top. He makes the announcement. It's the critical potion. Only 3,000 and you'll finish your enemies. He stares at the door, thinking a crowd will come, but no one does. They'll come soon, right? I'll just spend a little more to do some marketing. But the shop is just cobwebs. No one comes. Damn it, I've already spent 5,000 coins. Why hasn't anyone shown up yet? You know what? Let's change tactics. He puts a succubus with the potion that makes the guy extremely resistant enough to withstand a succubus doing gymnastics on top of him. The sly one is the king of marketing, so he creates a bunch of fake profiles to keep commenting on his store. Wow, this critical potion is the best of all. After I took it, oh, no one can handle my attacks anymore. Now he's confident they'll show up. Sure enough, a bunch of monsters really show up, all asking to enter the store. The guys are asking, "Boss, is it true that you sell a potion that will make me irresistible to women? I need it, my girl just dumped me, man. I need that potion to prove to her that I can handle a succubus." Lin is even confused. Why did this marketing work so well? I almost feel sorry for these creatures. But now that it's worked, it's time to make money. But when he goes outside, everyone is desperate. There's even a girl there. "Why do you want that? Your hubby can't handle it." Our sneaky boy arrives and gives a little speech. "Wow, there are so many people here, but I only have 30 potions. What should I do?" Obviously, the guys with more money start bidding. "I'll pay more than everyone else. 4,000 for a bottle." The little skeleton throws in a chest. "Do you think only you have money here, you jerk? Boss, 5,000 for the bottle. I want all 30 now. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 7,500. Everyone is desperate. Our boy is there drooling, saying, "Don't fight, folks. Let's take it easy here. There's enough for everyone." Lie. Because I know there isn't. He thinks, "I didn't do anything wrong, right? It's just marketing." The system even gives him some points for deceiving everyone. He gets angry at the system, saying, "What are you talking about, system? I didn't deceive anyone. The potion's effect really is the best there is." But then he remembers, "Oh no, I'm going to make everyone bald in this place. I have to go back home and create a potion to make hair. Let the guys know he's back." We then see an army of elves against a bunch of creatures. Did they buy the bald potion? One comes with a box saying, "Leader, the supplies have arrived. It's said that this potion doubles your critical. It's amazing." Legolas is incredulous. "Doubles? How can something have such a good effect? What's the side effect?" The soldier says, "Nobody knows yet, sir." But suddenly a bunch of monsters are coming. The leader gives the order, "Defend yourselves! Everyone raise your spears." The battle begins, but the number of insects is almost infinite. There's no way to stop them. The guys are thinking, "There's no way. We need more power to win this. I'll have to trust that doctor." He drinks the potion. He starts emitting a purple aura. This power. Ah, what is this? Boom! I've become stronger. "Captain, your hair." But the captain says, "None of that matters." "Oh, yeah." He throws a spear in the air. It shatters the creature far away. In the next second, everyone is flying bald. The newspaper says, "Recently, strange events have occurred in all regions of Sin City, most of them related to bald heads. In the Blood Clan, a person went bald and broke all records ever seen. A boat that was missing at sea was detected because one of the people was shining too much." Meanwhile, our hero is producing the potion. +10 reputation in Sin City. +5 popularity with the Black Elves. He's confused, but with no time to spare, the potion production doesn't stop. "Now I'm ready to make another fortune. My god, here comes another potion. Potion of flesh and blood proliferation. A potion that quickly regenerates any trauma and even lost limbs. But there are some small side effects. There's already someone knocking on the door when our boy looks. Oops, hey there, friend? Yeah, you're missing an arm there." The system shows that her combat ability is small, but she's not weak. But in this dark world, she has difficulty competing against other species. Our protagonist tells her to come in and sit down. She timidly says that her arm was eaten by a monster, and she needs treatment, or she'll die. Can he help her? Our hero receives the mission to rebuild her arm. Lin says he can fix that arm. She doesn't need to worry. However, she asks, "Are you sure? You're not trying to trap me, drug me, tie me up, and then do some naughty things with my body, are you?" Lin gets confused. What do you mean? Of course not. She says, alright then, I'll trust you. And the favorability increases. Our hero finds it strange. It increased? She trusts me just like that. He then says, why did you ask me about that? She says that before being transported to this world, the elders of her world warn that the creatures here are wicked, and many of them have been deceived to be used as toys. You're not a liar, are you? Our guy says no, and she believes him. With 10 more trust, she drinks the potion. He's already noticed that she's very easy to deceive, thinking, your elder told you to be careful, so why are you trusting me? He then asks, you said your race is migrating? You don't belong to this world? She says, unfortunately, something so confidential cannot be disclosed to a stranger. Are you by any chance a strange creature? Our guy says no, I'm a good creature. She says, then I can tell you that we're migrating to the northern mountain of hell. A place with plenty of food and territory for our tribe to thrive. I'm trusting you, you know? If you deceive me, you're screwed. The protagonist says, are you one of the warriors of the tribe? She pulls out her sword, I'm a powerful captain of the Goblin clan. The first knight to complete the test, Lord Yu. The direction my sword points is the direction of the future of my nation. We will shine. Lin says, I understand, but now sit down. Your wound has opened again. He thinks, she's easy to deceive and a bit crazy. The amazing thing is that she's alive. And then he says, you said you were going to the infernal northern part? What are you doing here in the Valley of the Soul, which is in the opposite direction? She replies, don't talk nonsense. I would never be going in the wrong direction. Clearly, I'm going north. Lin then says, alright then, where is north? She points and he says, that's south. She says it's impossible. She always goes in the right direction. She's already walked 2,000 miles. Her intuition tells her she's on the right path. Lin asks, intuition? Do you always rely on your intuition? She responds, why not? It's the talent of my tribe. Lin asks, how far is the place you want to get to from where you started? She thinks and says, obviously, I know this information. 500 miles. Lin says, but you just told me you've already walked 2,000 miles. How come you haven't reached the destination of 500 then? She looks at her hand and analyzes. It's really strange. Our guy thinks, how am I going to help this girl? He goes to the drawer and picks something up. Here you go. I'll sell you this for only 200 coins. You'll never get lost again. She blushes. What is this? He explains, this is called a compass. It's worth 1,000 coins, but for you, my friend, I'll make it 200. She gets all excited, and he gains 60 more trust. However, he loses morality for this. The system congratulates. It's clear that you sell any junk for any price. Our guy touches her shoulder and says, as a friend, I have to warn you about something. She says, what? Lin explains, when someone says they're not a bad person, it doesn't mean they're good. And when they say they're good, it doesn't mean they're not lying to you. Understand? She says, thanks, but I don't even remember anymore. Lin thinks, apparently there's nothing I can say to her. Well, she's been surviving until now. She should be able to keep surviving. He asks, where did that wound come from again? She says it was a bite from a giant. Unfortunately, it's much stronger than me. If I hadn't dodged, I would have been eaten whole. So graceful. Lin says, okay. But he's confused. Why is she talking about it with such pride? He then asks her to take off her armor for the exams, but she says she can't. A knight like her can't be without protection. And for the first time, Lin says he has to use anesthesia, but she says she doesn't need it. It will affect her reaction time, so she'd rather endure a little pain. Our hero asks, are you sure? She says, yes, I'm absolutely sure. He then says, good, you're the second bravest person I've seen. She's already all tied up, tells our guy, you can start having fun now. I'm already a fish on the chopping board. Our hero says, if you want, you can scream, just don't bite your tongue. She replies, I already told you, my pain tolerance is maximized. He then begins, already making a strike on the arm. The poor thing is already screaming and crying. Wow, now I realize how tiny she is. And she's desperate, asking, why does it hurt so much? Why are you using such a sharp and torturous instrument? You want to cause me pain, don't you? Lin says, girl, that was the first strike and I've only just begun. Come on, wouldn't it be better to take anesthesia? She's crying there, pretending to go beyond. No, I can't lose my reaction time. Another blow. Pleading, please stop, it hurts so much. Lin says, but you just told me that your pain resistance is maximized. She says it hurts a lot, even with everything maximized. But our guy isn't going to stop now. She stands up, opening her mouth, saying she's going to bite him. She's tired of him, but he already puts the tube in her mouth, saying, stay still there. It's almost over. Lie, this has barely begun. He gains experience, gives her another cut. She cries desperately. After a while, phew, we're done. The system gives him the points. The poor thing is destroyed there. He removes the thing from her mouth. I told you, man, it was quick. Now we can move on to the next phase. Then he frees her, and the girl gets up saying, "Wow, it feels like I woke up from a nightmare." Our protagonist says it's a normal reaction. She points to him. "You're the first man to make me feel so much pain, and also the first to put such a big thing in my mouth to the point of making me drool." Why she said that, I don't know. Our hero says it was just so she wouldn't bite him, and she wouldn't bite her own tongue. But it's certain that this will generate some misunderstanding in the world. However, she's all shy, saying she was impressed by his generosity, and he gains more favorability. Our Lin is confused. What kind of person suffers so much and increases favorability? He then pulls out a green vial and says, "Now that we've dealt with any potential infection, we need to start building the next arm. However, before I begin, I need to ask you, do you have enough money?" She asks. "Is it an expensive process?" Lin feels so sorry for her that he decides to even offer a fair price. She then replies that of course she has all the money, and she starts searching in her brow, pulling out a bunch of coins. However, Lin notices something. Her black skull coins are painted as if they were normal coins, so she doesn't know the value of those. With a handful in her hand, she asks, "Is this enough?" He says, "Of course, it's more than enough," already thinking that now he'll have to give his best. He gets up saying he'll fetch the best potion of all. He's going to use the new potion that we don't even know the side effects of yet. He warns her that it's a new potion, so he's not sure if it will work. However, with a foolish look, she already takes it, opens it, drinks it, looks at him, and says, "My resistance is indeed very high. Potions don't work very well on me." Our hero asks, "Then why did you come to my shop?" She says, "To try my luck, right? What if you have, I don't know, a metallic arm for me, you know?" Our guy looks at the potion. Damn, it was the perfect opportunity to test this. Had to be someone with immunity. But the system gave it to me. It has to work. It doesn't make sense. If this potion worked even on those with immunity, the price would be much higher. He turns to her, "Trust me, I'll make it work. If it doesn't, I won't charge you anything." She replies, "Okay then, what do you want to do?" And instead of drinking it, he pours it on her arm. The bandages fall off, and her arm begins to reconstitute itself. Our hero is excited, but she still seems, it seems like the effect was kind of, well, strange. Installing a metal arm now, that's when she starts to notice that it's working. She's surprised, "Doctor, it's really working. It's kind of incredible, isn't it?" Lin thinks, "Wow, the recovery is better than I expected. And apparently, no side effects, it's perfect." She says she's impressed. He's really a very capable man. He tells her, "Hold on, don't fall in love just yet because we don't know the side effects." But he gains another 50 favorability. He then asks, "What did you feel when you drank it?" She says she felt kind of numb. "Anything else?" She says, "It's quite comfortable, but it also felt like something else grew. I don't know, strange." Our guy is confused. "Something else? What do you mean?" A big tail then starts coming out of her back, and our guy has lost his sanity. The all slimy tail is caressing her face. She's there, all innocent. "Oh, don't tease me like that, doctor. You're a good doctor, but you can't do this so casually." Favorability is increasing, so she likes it. But Lin says, "Could you open your eyes and take a look?" She sees it and gets kind of confused. The thing caressing her face looks to one side, then the other. Sanity already dropping by 60. Poor thing goes into shock, throws herself on the ground wondering, "Why do I have a tentacle on my body?" Lin says, "Calm down, I'll help you stay calm." But her sanity is just dropping. She says the thing is entering and going too deep. He asks, "Going?" She says it's in a strange and tight place. He then pulls it, gives it a stare, but it's coming out of your shoulder. Hold on a second then, and then gives it a hack. Disconnected, the thing is still following her. Our guy smashes it. She asks, "Hey doctor, what's happening? Why was there a tentacle coming out of my shoulder?" Lin shamelessly says, "Don't worry, it's just a small side effect, nothing major." She's confused. "What kind of potion did you give me? I don't mind growing tentacles, but what if something even stranger grows?" Clearly, it's not a restoration potion, but a mutation one. Our protagonist throws out a saying that must be Chinese. The rich depend on technology, while the poor depend on mutation. He still says, "Look at your arm. It's already grown a lot. Just use a little more and it will return." She timidly asks, "Are you sure? I think that thing will come back too." Olin says, "Don't worry, if it grows back again, I'll cut it off for you. Just trust me. Don't you want to see your entire arm back?" She replies, "Okay, last time." He uses more medicine, and the big tentacle is already coming out again. This time it really was a tail, and he immediately cuts it off. However, the thing is now coming out from all over her armor. Our guy is slashing away. Even butterfly wings are sprouting from her back. She gets excited. "Don't cut those." But it's too late. He already did. She says, "I told you not to cut it." 10 minutes later, she's lying there on the bed, and he finally completes the mission. He asks, "How do you feel?" She says she feels like her body is covered in strange things. Our guy tells her to stop lying. He already cut everything. It's just a hallucination. The treatment was perfect. He says potions cost money, but cutting off tentacles costs nothing. With that, feeling all sad, she heads for the door. "Okay, can I go now?" Lin says, "Of course. Just don't forget to leave a like on our store to get an 11% discount." But at that moment, he says, "Wait a minute." She asks, "What's wrong?" "When you drank the potion, I didn't cut anything. Are you sure there's nothing inside your body?" She looks at herself. "I don't think so." He says, "Okay then. Maybe this potion doesn't always cause mutation. See you next time." Our guy thinks it was a success. He just has to sell it online now. But then he sees the bag of coins on the ground that used to be in her bra, and that's where she kept the coins. But when she left, she didn't even need them anymore. And then he understands, it was that which grew. He needs to return the bag of money and prevent her chest from growing even bigger. But when he goes outside, there's no one there. He thinks, as a doctor, I made a really bad mistake, and I'll need to find a way to contact her and apologize. But as the lamp is about to turn off, it's time to close everything. At that moment, he spits blood, and the system says the risk has been created. The Bloody Night mission has been activated. Try in any way to survive until the next daybreak. 2,000 coins and 2,000 experience. Oh, it's not going to be easy. Our guy sees some floating text warning him to be careful, and he recognizes that the handwriting is from the professor. It must be some kind of warning that something bad is coming. He grabs the potion, the heart, the pistol, the dagger, everything he needs to survive. Considering that the rewards are greater, the danger is much greater. The mission indicated that it was a dangerous place, so he decided to leave. And obviously, he's going to the red-haired girl's house to spend the night there, right? You rascal. On the way through the city, some souls reacted to his lamp, and the system crisis automatically went to 100%. Seeing this, he hurried back, running to the shop and closing the door. He realizes that whatever it is, it seems to be after him. While he's trying to go to the back door, there's something at the front door, which already broke the entrance. Our guy is there with everything he has to try to protect himself. He hears a bunch of potions being smashed inside the shop, and he's just losing skull coins. What a damn thing. It's destroying everything. Losing all my money is worse than losing my life. I won't let this go unpunished. He tells the system to reactivate the Blood Witch's curse and deactivate the pistols. That way, she'll realize something's wrong, and with the curse removed from the gun, he can deal with it. He heard the sound getting closer, thought it was coming to the door, but then it moved away. Lin wonders, is it going to the back? However, the monster's blow already went through the wall, and him along with it. Our Lin fell to the ground, already coughing up blood. The beast used a portal on the wall. Oh man. Our guy is almost losing consciousness as he looks at the door, when he manages to see what it is. And it's a really ugly big creature this time. Hellwalker. Extremely evil. Combat ability. An incomparable and powerful creature. It gets stronger by absorbing other creatures. Our guy's leg already has some tentacles climbing up, coming out of it. And that thing is consuming his flesh and blood. The beast does a quality analysis and decides that he's not good to be absorbed. It blows up our guy's leg. Man, did it have to be all this? Oh poor thing, he's finished. The monster still feels that he lost the ability to move and needs to be finished off now. Our hero is lost, heart pounding. He fires a shot that went into the eye and pierced. The big guy is going crazy. He takes advantage to put on the blood cape that turns him into an untouchable evil spirit. While the beast is going crazy, undergoing a transformation, he's just running away and hiding. He throws himself into the barrels there, all beaten up. Damn it, I should have imagined that a beast of this level would easily find my location. These days have been so easy that I even forgot that you can die at any time in this world. Our guy feels something strange in his leg. Some kind of mutation is about to happen. He tries to stop it, but can't. The system warns. Side effect. Proliferation beginning. Your body will undergo a level 1 mutation. Some tentacles start to come out. It has advanced to level 2 mutation. More flesh and blood tentacles and even an eye on the back of the neck. The beast is still going crazy, thrashing around, until our guy is coming in hiding. The big guy feels his presence and sends an attack. Man. But now he's all Spider-Man hanging on the wall. Look at the psychopath smile. Now you're finished. The bullets are all going through the creature. As it is of sacred attribute, it easily pierces. Or not, actually. The creature stopped the bullets and threw them away. And then our guy gets terrified again. The deal is to run, my son. Get out of there. But the demon can see him even with the cape on. Yes, a look and his skin starts melting. So he throws the potion that causes mutation on his own face. That's because he's already mutated. The system once again. Your body is undergoing a mutation. The creature comes to make another attack, but it turned into a bunch of digital stuff, appeared on his back. It almost grabbed him. Our protagonist is confused. I'm wearing the cape. How can he still attack me? He almost got caught again. He keeps running, throws more poison on his body. Eyes that can see ghost energy are born. And then he realizes that the hand the monster created is spiritual. That's why he's getting beat up. He sees he's under a bunch of eyes, all with spiritual power. He realizes the cape is just getting in the way. He's still being seen, but can't hit. He jumps down into the store again. He throws the cape, starts hunting for potions. But the hand is coming. Lin sent some explosions there. It's a potion against evil spirits. The big hand is already there. He's passing him the blade. Our maniac starts to smile. The anti-spirit potion worked. Look at the little hand trying to escape. He takes advantage to try. He's going to finish him off. Well, but the creature grabbed his spine. Our guy then thinks, was this the monster that bit the girl's arm? As soon as he sees that the monster is 100% back, he understands. Probably he's resistant to the potion too. If that's the case, what is he going to do? Can't hide? Can't run away? Can't kill? The potions don't work. The creature is pulling his spine. Let go, man. Our guy says he still has a chance. Turns around, throws himself on the ground. But man, he broke your spine. And now, however, he took advantage to cut off the arm. It's the enemy of biology, with a broken spine walking, breaking walls, running. That's because he's got that cursed heart inside him. But the system warns, you have to be careful when using this, because it's very likely to take control of you. He's psychopating, saying it's time for them to have fun. He tears out the heart, points to the big guy, throwing some spirits into him. The curses seem to be entering his flesh. Not only entering, but circulating through the creature's body. Our hero is just confused. Will it work, facing the creature? The system warns that the effects are taking over the creature. Its energy center and cells are being weakened. Finally, our boy is confident. However, the creature starts an emergency repair. Seeing this, he already pulls out the saw blade. I have to finish this while it's weak. But the big heart inside him is absorbing everything, because in the description it said it's a heart that needs a lot more blood. He falls to his knees, screwed. One more potion, one more gulp, saying I need to survive at least, regardless of what I will become. He let out a yell. There's something coming out of his eye. The system still warns. You have reached a level 3 mutation. Your physique and willpower cannot fully control this mutation. Current mutation, snake brain. You control 31% of it. Our boy says it's the only way, and sends the snake to eat the heart. However, when he's finally ready to return to combat, the big guy is back too, already giving him a stare down. The system warns that the creature has returned to spiritual form. Our boy tries to flee again. Once this creature reaches 100%, there's no way he'll get out alive. But look who he sees coming from afar. Will she save our boy? But she's also a bit beaten up, carrying a head. She arrives at our protagonist and asks, "You're quite unique today, aren't you, sweetheart? Are you trying to do some kind of different performance?" Our guy says, "Yes, exactly. But why didn't you come sooner? Didn't you realize your curse came back?" She covers his mouth and says, "Calm down. Missing me so much from yesterday?" I'm joking. Of course I noticed. But I was dealing with something. After all, my daughter is growing up, and as a mommy, I need supplements for her. But seeing you like this, do you have a problem? Do you want my help? Arlen says yes. I'm being hunted by the monster. If you help me get rid of him, I'll forgive your debts for 5 months. She says just that. I'm not interested. Lynn increases it. It's all free for 10 months. However, she still says she's not interested. Our guy sees that the devil is coming and the system warns that the crisis is only getting worse. He turns to her. "So, please, name a price and any condition." She licks her lips and asks, "You didn't want to surrender to me last time. So if you come to beg on your knees in front of me and kiss my big toe, I'll help you." Our protagonist asks if it's about romance. She says that's not the case this time. It's just humiliation. He then refuses and says, "If I survive, see you next time." The little girl was proud, thinking, "That's right, never surrender." Even the mother liked it. She grabbed our hero, pulled him, and threw him into an adventure in the mountains, saying she finds him very cute. Not even with his life at risk does he abandon his honor. The favorability increases. He says of course not. But what are you going to do? Now the little witch is going to help. She uses her Tokyo Ghoul power, already throwing a bunch of claws on the ground. But the creature is defending everything, and even analyzes to devour her as a priority. Can she do it? Even though she transformed too. Our protagonist warns her to be careful. He has a kind of hand that can pierce anything and hurts even the soul. From afar, he climbs up and watches the fight. They're both so fast you can't see anything, just the creature being cut. He's impressed, saying she's wonderful in combat. He didn't know she was like this. He starts trying to cheer her on from afar. Madam, you're very strong, so cool, so beautiful, so perfect, so sexy, your tentacles are fascinating, you penetrate my heart. He's gaining favorability. I don't know what he's trying to do. While the devil keeps evolving, he's detecting threats and going to a secondary level. Our hero just finds it strange. The blonde is tearing the creature apart, and he's still the main target. At this point, something passes by him. What's this, man? She spits out some creatures. There's an explosion from both attacks, but nothing happens. The creature comes at him again. She sent the blade to protect our boy, already wrapping around the creature's tentacle, biting everything from the sides, coming in Orochimaru style, piercing the eyes. Our boy, seeing a bunch of eye remnants on the ground, thinks, finally it's settled, but the eyes start flying. The blonde is already piercing everything again. Man, she did everything, huh? Lin is already angry. What a disaster. How persistent is this creature? Pulling out the Chicago toys, shooting at everyone. He even gains experience for hitting the bullets, but the thing doesn't end. He's running away and taking potions. Another big claw comes at him. Now he's using the tools with the tentacles. He's going crazy, and the little creature in his arms too, going to take a big bite. Another attack from her. However, the creature is very stubborn. But finally, inside the eye, she finds a little demon praying. She says if she kills that thing there, the creature loses control. But he opens his eye right on time, and they're electrocuted. Second-degree analysis complete, initiating countermeasures. She's still going for it anyway, stretching her neck up there. However, she got caught halfway. The two down there are worried, asking what happened. Something falls beside them. It's a tentacle with her face. Lin asks, "What are those hands on your body?" She explains that the creature was analyzing her combat power, adapting, and now it's devouring and assimilating. Our hero is trying to free her there, but he can't. The big eye is already using the power there that used to be in her hair, and the crisis that had subsided because of her is rising again. In an instant, it's back to 99%. The eye takes another look and then jumps at our protagonist. But he uses his mutation to protect himself, tries to attack, but the creature dodges. He steps aside, but already spitting blood. For someone who underwent so much mutation, spitting blood is nothing. But now he's screwed. He didn't expect the Blood Witch to lose the fight. He doesn't know what he's going to do. He stands there, trying to think of a solution. At that moment, he opens that trapdoor back there and says, "Hey, I don't know who's there, and I know you hate me because I only feed you with lousy medicine. However, it's the perfect time for you to get angry. Come here and defend our shop." The system says the creature has a good impression of him. A small tentacle starts to rise. Not small, gigantic with a big mouth. The system says it's a demonic baby. If this is a baby, how big does it get when it grows up? Everything about it is a question mark. You can't know anything. But the monster is giving him friendly licks, and the system warns that the creature likes him. Our hero then points and says, "I need your help dealing with that thing. My friend was eaten." The creature is standing there doing nothing. He offers, "I'll give you 2 months of great potions." His favorability increased by 0.0001, and the creature seems to be finishing devouring the thick witch there. Our protagonist goes after the basement creature. The damn thing thinks it's Jack Sparrow on the ship. However, the monster jumps trying to escape. "Son," Lin says, "come back now. I need to rescue my friend. I'll give you 3 months of potion." The creature returns, already giving him a lick. Our hero compliments, however, the system says the creature doesn't like that. Another attack coming towards them. The devil starts analyzing the basement creature to adapt to it too. Man, the creature draws some blue lines there that wrap around the creature and crush it. Our boy already warns, no way. He knows there's no chance. He's running towards a ball there with an eye with a portal. He already takes out his blood cape, touches the thing, and goes into something. Is it inside the creature? He's looking for something. He finds a hand buried and pulls. It really was the thick friend, and they're inside the creature. But a piece of the brain is missing. Man, a lot of pieces are missing. There's just a little bit left of her. Is our boy going to try to heal her with a potion? My boy, he's going to have to throw her into the potion pool. The creature again targets her to attack. Our Lin uses one of those cursed hairs from the butcher to wrap around the creature's tongue that's outside, and she pulls them both. However, the big eye is there again. "We're going to die here, son. Someone has to save our boy, because he's starting some kind of soul devouring. He's being buried in flesh as he tries to get out. Is he going to die?" He's thinking, "This world is like this. Even though I've given my best, in the end, I'll be swallowed. It's never been easy to survive. At least I've been lucky so far to meet good people." He broke another potion and threw all the liquid into his mouth. The level 3 mutation began. Even the witch's pupils shrank. she couldn't recognize. The creature once again tries to activate its target analysis to see what's happening. However, it's saying the mutation is too abnormal, and the analysis is failing. The target's efficiency exceeds the analysis capacity, but the system is also telling the protagonist, mutation out of control spreading. A gigantic tentacle emerges from the already large creature, full of corrupted heads. The witch is being carried. She falls to the ground and looks around wondering what it is. Wow, a bunch of crazy Lin's heads. The big devil eye is finally torn apart. Something falls out of it. We see Lin's face. The sanity of the monster, and his own, has dropped. The creature decides to initiate a biological extermination. It even summons a dragon, spitting fire at our hero's head. But he has a lot of heads now. I don't know if it will work. Now it's clear. The creature looks like a hellish dragon. Our hero is a bunch of tentacles with his face. But there's some mutation happening inside the creature too. The witch is confused, not understanding what's happening. All she can perceive is that Lin is becoming corrupted, turning into a fleshy thing. But the big eye is still trying to make analyses. But now it's finally breaking down. The system says there's a creature trying to engulf it, but it's undergoing a special level 9 mutation. Then a flash of light happens right in the middle of the eye. Special alert, mutant unit appears. Molecular reorganization system. Outside, the witch is trying to communicate with him, but he's just mumbling, sending out some are. She gets scared. Huh, this voice of Lin now, why is it so similar to my evil voice? She imagines that some part of her merged with him when she was being swallowed. There's a piece of meat there with eyes all twisted, forming a huge eye, the system warning that the whole body has failed. Body loss has reached 88%. The eye is even larger and more twisted, and the witch feels that the puppet she was controlling somehow is dying. A hand comes out from the top of the big eye. Not even the witch knows what's going on. Then we see a blood moon and a clock tower. Inside it, there's a cauldron with some operations going on, and the guys there are receiving a warning. Flesh Golem Type 3 has 98% of its body damaged. The guys say, "Master, we lost contact with Type 3 sent to Blood Peak. These bastards are all from the Demon Association." The Master responds, "Are you kidding me? Type 3 is the most advanced of all demon hunters in the Association. Unless it's a root or king-level creature, nothing else in this dark world can be its opponent. Looks like these rebels who don't want to return to the Association really are powerful. Luckily, we've already killed many of them strengthened with Blood Peak blood." "Is that the Blood Peak there?" the guy says. "Locate the coordinates of Type 3, and send a predator at the same time. Give our protagonist a break, please. There's no rest in this world." At this point, we see the witch pulling Lin out of the piece of meat. Our boy looks very clean for someone who came out of a thing. She's confused. Why does he look so good? Something strange. But she can't worry about that now. He needs to rest first. However, there's a demonic tongue coming out of his hand. Our hero completed an extremely difficult mission and reached level 10. Now he can start the class change. Sometime later, he wakes up in the ruined bed, but he recognizes right away that it's the thick witch's bed. He wants to know why he's here. "Was I swallowed by the creature?" She appears. "Lin, you're awake? Did you survive too?" She comes running, wanting to know how his body is. "Are you feeling anything? Is something wrong?" He stops her and says, "Wait, explain to me what happened." He explains that it's been 2 days. Since he doesn't remember, she'll tell him everything. Later he asks, "So is the monster already dead? Did all that evil stuff come out from inside it?" She's making a seductive face, saying yes. She's thinking, someone capable of killing something so powerful isn't common. "Lin, you're making your big sis more and more interested. All that fighting had its advantages." Lin wonders if it might have been the excessive use of the potion. The level of mutation caused him to enter an unconscious state. However, the mutation was so intense that it destroyed the monster from the inside out. The lingering questions are, how did his body return to normal? Where did that creature come from? And why was it focused on killing him? He asks where the creature's body is, and she says it's at the back of the house. She waited there because there might be some secret. Our boy barely woke up and already wants to go see it. He believes there might be a clue about where his professor ended up. The rest of the creature is outside. Our guru even says, "Wow, did I kill this?" She says yes. But let's not forget that it was completely mutated, so much so that even she was scared. Our boy already knows. If that's true, then the power of the mutation must be somewhere in my body. "Friend, there's a lot of devil in your shadow. I think there's something wrong with you." The system once again says he's locked at level 10 until he selects a new class. He wants to know, "System, explain to me where I am with this mutation." The system says nothing, just gives him a mission. "Find out, by midday, what happened to your body and control this curse, or it will become irreversible and take over you." Darn system. I ask what's happening and you give me a mission. He gets angry and starts hitting the system, which says, "Dear user, please don't be angry with the system. We're just delivering the missions." He looks at his friend and says, "Sorry, but I have something urgent I have to do." He rushes out, but he comes back, grabs the body, and then runs back home. Arriving home, he goes to Sarah's library. He remembers he had some books about mutations. After reading for some time, 4 things are important. First, his body's mutation is in the incubation process, so it's not complete. Second, the mutation acts on its own. Third, it wasn't him who defeated the creature, but the mutation. Fourth, he only woke up from the coma because of the system. He wasn't supposed to wake up. He remembers that as a reward for the missions, he received a body reorganization. He uses it to try to locate the mutant part. The ability really reorganizes everything. He can see himself entirely. He says he's getting stronger and invincible. Man, the uglier, the stronger, right? The bones reconstitute, the cells reorganize. And in the middle of it all, he tries to find what's mutated. Where does this curse keep so much flesh? Why did he get so big? He sees some poison nearby and decides to try to solve it like this. He takes a swig and falls to the ground. Feel that, you trash. The system warns that the host is losing life. However, it gained resistance to poisoning. He's trying to rip the devil out with hatred. What's the taste, huh, you mutant? This is the most powerful insecticide I created from memories of my world. Better leave my body. But when he looks at his hand, nothing happens. He curses, no reaction. He just runs out. You want to see what I'll do then? He gets upstairs, opens all the poison bottles, throws it all inside. The system warns again. You have suffered various injuries and your skin is melting. The madman is there. And now, huh, are you convinced? I'm telling you, this pain is nothing to me. This is the worst body for you to stay in, you mutant. I'm going to make you suffer. Man, I don't know if our boy realized, but he went crazy after that demon. He's already preparing something unhealthy in the jar. He makes a very dangerous plague potion and a potion to weaken defenses. His plan is simple. He will weaken himself and then drink the demon's poison. A sip in the wine and a sip in the poison. A perfect combination. The system says you are completely poisoned and your current life is rapidly decreasing. His death will occur in 20 minutes. So, he takes a healing potion and then he takes a poison. His plan is to make the virus go crazy. The virus is causing destruction to his main organs. And now you will die in 15 minutes. Our boy looks exhausted, saying that no one could handle this. If it's a battle of endurance, he won't lose. He's already on the timer. 20 minutes later, nothing happens. He takes more poison. Man, you're going to die like this anyway. He throws it on the ground and grabs something to produce something even worse. Are you going to eat that thing? The pot is boiling. Potion produced, another gulp. Wow. It looks like there are heads inside that thing. He's going crazy. Look at that psychopathic face. But there he goes again, just consuming everything from the cauldron, saying, "Come out again, come out." Now he's drooling with his tongue out, eyes all twisted, going crazy. Come out, come out. Something came out in his hand. The system says, question mark, question mark. It's afraid of you. Our boy was looking at his hand and the thing coming out. 10 more of fear. However, the thing started to go back into the body. He said, "Oh yeah? Take this." He goes to take another big gulp. 15 more of fear. 20 more of fear. What's this? The little arm is running away. Taking control of the protagonist's hand, he uses the healing potion on himself, while our boy drinks poison on the other side. The devil is saying, "My God, enough of this, man. You're getting addicted to these potions already." 30 more of fear. He's spamming all the potions at the same time. The creature is exhausted now. I can't take it anymore. The feeling of being poisoned and then healed. My mind is being destroyed. However, she saw that the protagonist is going crazy. This guy can't take it anymore either. But he gets up. Just one more. Just one more. It's getting good now. The creature's fear keeps increasing. Enough, man. Don't drink more poison. But our hero says, it's just one more medicine. Just one more. Falls to the ground. And now, did he kill the creature? He's crawling to try to grab the healing potion. Got to the pot. Opened it. Poured another one. Man, the creatures in this world are very persistent. When our boy opens his eyes again, he received a bunch of experience, mainly resistance to poison. In addition, he received the achievement Poison Cauldron. You get this by being poisoned 500 times in a short period. Our hero has a headache thinking, I remember that some part of my body was moving on its own. I just don't know what it was. But the little hand talks to him. Phew, I'm saved. The system gives the description of the creature. Deformation that was born inside a human with a combination of a golem, a faceless demon heart, fragments of an evil spirit, parts of a witch and remains of a human. Man, it has everything and then some. Our boy is staring. already runs to get more poison, but the hand says, enough, for God's sake. I'm going to eat you. Our hero responds, now I know why I couldn't drink the poisons anymore. The big creature there is in a fight, trying to eat him, until something activates. Apparently, the desire to control the creature caused it to freeze, because the devil is saying, are you trying to control me? A trash human like you is the one who needs to be controlled. One hand is fighting the other there. Our boy won't back down, takes a punch to his own hand. Ironically, when he hits his hand, he also loses life. The creature's hand tries to lick him, and he bites its tongue, takes the opportunity to run away with it, into the operating room, going to try to rip it out, grabs the hand to try to immobilize it. The blade is already coming down. Oh damn it, managed to block it with a little blade. The crazy Lin says, I just want to give you a cut, man, then I'll put you in a medicine, to turn you into a wonderful species. The fight goes on and on. Our boy loses his blade, and the hand takes the opportunity to strike him right in the thigh. He managed to hold on. Our boy sees from the outside one of those potions that he throws into the hole of that creature. The devil says, do you think I'll let you drink that? Only in your dreams. But Lin activates the flesh cataclysm, sends a kind of disfigured hand, which pulls the potion back and throws it into the devil's little hand. The hand lost strength. Our boy is, phew, finally. But apparently the poison was more than he could handle. The system warns, you were poisoned a bit. You were poisoned a lot. You were severely poisoned. He's already puking rainbows. Now he can't even handle it. And the devil's hand is talking. Fools, even if you put poison in my mouth, you'll still receive the effect. Oh, we see that creature that lives down in the basement. Phi, something falls there. The rest of that devil's poison. She takes a sip and seems to like it. Our hero is vomiting down there. Now even the creature below wants to kill him. Are you trying to give me this? But the devil's hand takes the chance to remove everything too. The hand speaks. Just wait until I finish puking. I'll kill you. Our boy falls to the ground and says, a truce. In a little while I'll cut you. The devil's hand says, alright. She's not feeling hungry now. Our boy replies, let's live in peace. She makes a pinky promise. Alright, good suggestion. Our boy, there's no reason for us to fight like this, right? Yeah man, why is that? We're both losing out. Two consciences in the same body is something quite acceptable if you think about it. Yes, we can live calmly and peacefully, but they've already started trying to kill each other again. Even though they're fighting, our boy is returning to the shop. If I didn't have a customer to attend to, I'd cut you right now. Apparently, someone is knocking on the door. Our boy says, I'm going. When he opens it, a buff goat, creature of the alien race, level 69. Powerful ability in close combat. Our boy just welcomes Sarah's pharmacy. The goat is kind of, what the hell is this, man? Looking at our boy there, banging a knife on the other. Yeah, welcome. I'm taking care of this place because the boss is away. So, I'm the boss here. What do you need, my customer? Sanity has dropped a bit. The goat says, I'm a foreigner from a distant land and I'm kinda sick. I was passing by and came to see if the doctor could take a look. Our boy says, you found the perfect person. Whatever the illness is, I can cure it without medicine. Our boy says to the hand, damn it, stop attacking me. Can't you see I have a customer? The goat asks. What's going on? You know what, boss? This pharmacy here is a little different, huh? I think I'm leaving, you're too busy. Suddenly a cleaver almost got the poor guy. Sanity has already dropped. Lin says, sorry, my little hand dropped it. The goat says, don't worry, kid, it's okay. What kind of place is this? What do you mean it fell? He clearly threw it at me. Lin says, come in, come, don't be afraid. But the goat is looking at all the destruction. What's this? Was there a war in this place? Lin explains that they're just going through some renovations. You're not going to tell me you think there was a life or death fight here. The goat looking, a lot of cuts. Clearly there was a battle, but our figure is already on the back, already sharpening the blade. The goat thinks, something's wrong. Since I walked into this store here, why does he look like a psychopath? Already swallows hard and says, kid, I gotta go, see, let me explain. I was rude. I walked in with my left foot first. I have to go outside and come back with the right one. Lin says, oh, is that it? But you're not going to leave me alone, are you? He responds, and if I do? The customer is always right? But the protagonist goes crazy, saying that if he leaves, he will have to be cut to death. Now it's bad for the goat. He's already in shock. If I stay, he cuts me. If I leave, he cuts me. -10 sanity. Sweating, he thinks, it's very scary. Why does the owner of this store have to be so cruel? He asks our boy, why are you fighting with your 2 knives? Are you practicing your combat skills? Lin replies, combat skills? No, I'm just trying to cut off my left hand. The curious goat, but why? The kid says he can't explain, but just know that this left hand here isn't very good. It eats people. If I don't cut it off, it will eat even my customers. The goat scared. Cannibalism? Lin turns around saying, relax. As long as I'm here, it won't be able to eat you. The goat wants to know, hold on, this is very suspicious. You're trying to kill me and blame it on your left hand, aren't you? I may be a foreigner, but I'm not that stupid. You know what, boss? You're too busy there with your so-called hand, aren't you? So I'm out. But Lin says, it's over. I'm not busy anymore. Let's start diagnosing now. Already throwing a bunch of tools on the floor. The goat asks, what are you looking for? Why are only weapons falling out of this box? The goat tries to sneak to the door. Lin, talking to his own arm, says, you damn. I may not be able to cut you, but I'll call my neighbor, and she'll finish you off. The goat thinks it's for him. Wait, he's warning me again. If that's the case, I'll have to handle this. He's going to try to fight our boy. Approaching, he thinks, I'll come slowly and surprise him. Jumped up, but right then Lin said, now I'll cut you. He quickly hides the blade. Our boy looks. Oops, I found my stethoscope. What's the problem, little goat? The poor guy is trembling all over and says, nothing, let's get started. Listening to the goat's heartbeat while holding his own hand. The goat asks, doctor, is there something wrong with me? Thinking, this doctor, is he imagining how he's going to cut me and roast me, isn't he? But our boy says, your heartbeat is irregular. Have you had any severe fights recently? The goat says maybe, but thinks, damn it, he knows why my heart is racing. Our boy says he's showing signs of poisoning. The goat asks, what do you mean? Lin says, your skin has some dark spots, your lips are purple, and your eyes are sunken. All signs of poisoning. If you're exposed to any kind of fear in this situation, the rapid circulation of the poison can kill you. The goat's in trouble there. Lin asks, have you been attacked by something recently? The goat says it wasn't really an attack. He was in a swamp and ended up dragging his arm near some vines. However, he only used some bandages since it wasn't serious. The system analyzes it, and the protagonist discovers that there's a vine called human-faced vine. However, he already has to defend himself from the hand again. Stop it! Are you trying to secretly attack me? The goat questions. Human-faced vine? What's that? Our boy explains that it's a type of poisonous vegetation. It waits for creatures to pass by before attacking them. The good thing is that its poison takes a long time to incubate, so it's not fatal, unless you get involved in certain situations. The goat wants to know, what situations? Lin tells him, if you get scared of things and that fear speeds up your heart, everything can get worse. To prevent the blood from spreading, you have to stay very still and calm. The goat says, yeah, I'm very calm here. I'm peaceful. But the hand is almost biting Lin. It's about to swallow. The poor goat's sanity drops by 20. While he fights the hand, he says, if the poison starts to spread, you'll start to smell a fragrance. It will make all the creatures around you want to devour you. Your luck is that our pharmacy is a safe place, and there are no scary creatures around. But there's already something on his mind. He says, wow, if the evil creatures are being attracted, the blood has to be removed. 1 minute late, and you could die. But wait, before removing it, it's good to use a recovery medicine and drink plenty of water. However, the goat has already pulled out the knife to drain all the blood. The goat looks and says, now I've taken it out. Lin says, my dear visitor, why did you want to break free so badly? The angry goat retorts, you shouldn't have started your sentence telling me to take it out. Now stop this wound here. Look how my business is bleeding. But the poor guy took a kick in the middle of, and he fell to the ground, agonizing and saying, I don't want to be treated anymore. Please. Lin with his devilish face says, the treatment started a bit rough, but I won't give up, don't worry. This is the only pharmacy within 100 miles. If you leave here, the poison will kill you, the goat says. Stop lying, there are plenty of villages around here. How come this one is the only pharmacy? Lin looks at a pile of heads and says, yeah, there were other pharmacies, but they became studies for our shopping mall. The goat starts to pray. Please forgive me. I have an 84-year-old mother and a 2-year-old daughter. I just want to get out alive, doctor. Lin replies, don't worry, I'll remove that poison from you. I am a doctor, remember? From this door, you only leave with good health. Now come with me here. This is a somewhat violent potion. However, as long as you have an antidote to neutralize it, everything will be fine. Pulling out the syringe, he explains, I can't say it cures everything, but it will leave you full of vigor. Bringing it with the devil's hand. The boat asks, how are you going to apply something so big in my bloodstream? He says it won't be in the bloodstream. It will be there. Lin, without mercy, removes the boot to put the syringe and already leaves a like on this video. Do you remember in the last chapter our hero was treating the goat? He was about to inject it with a needle. The little goat mentions that his starfish hurt less after the injection, and starts to wonder if this place really is a legitimate pharmacy and not some nefarious operation. He stands up and asks, you're not planning to cure me just to cut me up again, are you? Our hero assures him that such thoughts are unfounded. Bloodsaw Pharmacy always adheres to the principle that customers are gods here. Everyone is treated well. With this, the little goat finally relaxes, and the system awards our hero 5 comfort points. But then it's time to pay, and he asks, "What if I don't have the money?" Our hero stares, "No money?" The goat throws a bag of coins, joking that he was just playing. Our hero tells him not to joke about that. "I was about to take a piece of you." The goat's blood pressure even rises a bit. However, he thanks our hero, not having expected such effective medicine here. Lin tells him it's a recipe that Bloodsaw has been perfecting for a long time, and they're the only ones in the area who have it. The goat wonders, if they're the only ones with it could be dangerous if someone else gets bitten by that plant. But Lin informs him, "My customer, we've done the calculations, your total comes to 2,100 coins, but you've only given me 1,700, so you're short 400. The goat says he still has 300 and goes to look for the other 100. He throws the 300 on the table, searches but can't find the rest, sweating as he admits he doesn't have it. Our hero stares, "Don't have it? No matter," and throws a leaf on the table to explain. "We always accept body parts as payment. Take a look at the values. You can sell the balls, the horns, or as always, the eyes." Lin is sharpening his knives. "Speak up, I suggest you sell me your eyeball. It's easy to recover afterward." But the goat asks for patience. "I have other things here that can be used, take a look." He throws something on the table, claiming it's rare, something he found recently, not quite sure of its purpose. The system informs the protagonist it's a piece of mithril skull, an extremely durable material used for making biological weapons by the Demon Association. Lin is curious, "Demon Association? Where did you get this?" The goat says there's a hilly area about 100 kilometers from here. It looked like a battle had taken place, with many bodies around, but he only took this and ran, not daring to stay long. "Will you accept this as payment?" Our hero says yes, of course. With that, he completes the mission and receives a radioactive cut finger. It causes new body parts to grow on a person who consumes it. With that, the goat leaves in a hurry. Our hero contemplates the notion of biological weapons from the Demon Association. He yells for Little Hand to wake up, who wakes up and bites his head. He stands there, as if he couldn't care less. The hand spits him out, asking, "Why didn't you hide?" Our hero says he had consumed too much poison and his judgment was off, but now he understands. Little Hand doesn't have the guts to eat him. Little Hand opens his mouth and says, "I'm going to eat you now." Showing his tongue and teeth, he asks, "You're scared, aren't you? Look at the size of my teeth. It's not too late for you to beg for forgiveness. If you're sincere, I might even let you live." Lin is yawning, "Are you done? If you're going to eat, eat. If not, get that tongue out of my face." Little Hand tells him, "You're pretending. I know you're scared and I'm going to eat you, see?" Our hero says, "You think I didn't notice? I know you're the one who's scared. If when I drink poison you're affected and when you drink I'm affected, I know if you eat my head you'll die too." Little Hand says that's irrelevant. He's just worried because Lin might taste bad. "But I'm going to bite you." Lin points, "Bite here, go ahead, bite. I'm giving you the chance and you don't eat. Why don't you just admit that you're not going to do anything?" But the system warns him. You partially managed to deceive the mutant, making him believe that if you die, he dies too. Complete the second phase of the mission, surviving without him discovering that, in fact, nothing happens to him. Now you'll have to deceive even more, dude. Lin is making a mocking face, but inside he's thinking, what the hell is this? If he had bitten my head just now, would I really have died? And he would have been fine? The poor guy's sanity dropped by 10. Meizinia, seeing him trembling, asks, "What's wrong with you?" Lin says, "We really have to make amends. A fight where if one dies, both die doesn't make sense." Meizinia says he's not sure about that, but for now, he'll let him live a little longer. Lin changes the subject, saying they need to know more about this Demon Association, that Bode brought this mithril, and that the association has something against his boss, that yesterday they sent that hellish creature to kill, but he dealt with it. Lin isn't stupid. He knows the association must have realized I dealt with that first creature. That means in a maximum of 2 days some other will appear. Mao tells him, "So what? It's not my concern." The protagonist says, "Of course it is, if I die you'll die too. Especially since you're right in my dominant hand." Meizinia says, "I know you're just afraid of dying and want my help. I agree if you accept my conditions. The first is that our protagonist can't eat pesticide anymore. And the second is that Mayazinia has to devour things he likes. Our kid agrees. Then they'll take a look at yesterday's body. Our boy wants to find his revolver and Bloodsaw's blade, but decides to help and starts hunting there. Our boy noticed. Even though the pieces of the hand seem to come out from within him, he feels nothing happening. It's as if the creature has its own internal structure. After hunting around, he finally finds the two things and throws them out. Our little protagonist, seeing this, makes a greedy face and asks, "You must have eaten a lot on the way, huh? What else do you have there? Show me." Mayazinia grabbed a hand, some eyeball balls. Our kid is impressed with the amount of good stuff. The psychopath starts pulling up, telling the hand to throw out more items, but gets slapped in the face. Still angry, he says, "You damn thing, didn't you say we were going to cooperate?" Mayazinia says he keeps threatening her all the time. Stop doing that. Lin says he just wants some items to help him survive the demon association. Why is she so mad? The hand was furious, saying he left her hungry. They're going to fight again. But right at that moment, the system warns. "Survive visits tonight." He stops and says, "Stay quiet there." The hand asks what's going on. He says people are coming. There are 3 giant spider guys coming outside, all with a human head on their bodies. The hand says it's good that their legs are tasty to eat, because they have several. But Lin, poor guy, tells her to shut up. It's time to survive, not to think about food. Already hiding, saying they'll need a stealthy attack. Face to face, they can't win. And says, "Mayazinia, stay on the other side of that door. If anyone comes in, just attack, I'll stay here. You have to help to stay alive." They're apprehensive, waiting. The door opens, and he tells her to attack, and she comes over. However, when he looks, wait a minute. There's the witch's and her daughter's leg being swallowed. Wait a minute, brother, give that back. He's already finished the sanity of both. They're spit back out. The little girl is drooling on her mother, who's drooling. The protagonist asks, "Ma'am, why are you here?" She says she was worried about him. He didn't give any news all day, and she was afraid he'd be attacked by monsters again. Lin became shy, wondering, wow, does she care about me that much? I thought she just wanted to mess around with my body. Is she really falling in love? She then asks what was that thing that just ate her now. Lin explains that this damn thing is yesterday's mutation that got stuck in my body. His name is Mayazinia. Who's biting him? Saying, "I'm not Mayazinia, you damn." But Lin warns that the people from yesterday are back, so it's dangerous here. Right at that moment, there's a loud bang outside. Everyone jumps, staring at the door, and there's a mist coming. Out of nowhere, the little girl gives Mayazinia a lick here, who licks back. And in the protagonist's system, it shows that the favorability of the hand increased for the child. She licks back, who licks back. Lin says enough licking, there's something coming. He sees there's a laser passing by and imagines the creature is scanning. And if that's the case, there's no reason to wait. He jumps and starts shooting, unloads everything. But now screwed, since nothing happened, and the big creature is in his face. But Lin's decision is right. He knows this is a biological weapon that came to hunt him, so he can't keep hiding. However, after seeing him, the creatures confirm that he's a target that needs to be eliminated, and they go for the attack. Mayazinia runs to pull him, saying, "You idiot, are you trying to die?" The system says this creature is the 120 type hunter, one of the most powerful hunting tools of the Demon Association, famous for its speed and agility. The 3 running, Mayazinia says, "You better run. You won't be able to dodge this even if you try." She pulls him up again, trying to get away, but one's coming right at their face. But Thick Witch defends. She's in combat, holding the 2 spiders. Our boy takes advantage. Being a strategist, he moves aside and sends Mayazinia to the blind spot, who tells him to shut up and not teach her to fight, and bites the spider. One of the spiders tries to analyze the hand, but finds out it's an unknown organism, and suddenly there's a tornado there. I think it's being created by the witch's fight with the spiders, while Mayazinia defends the protagonist, who's just shooting. He's just increasing his pistol mastery. Soon he'll be on the VCT. Another tornado rolls and Mayazinia goes full force now. We see some people in the Demon Association who want information about the hunters they sent to the Valley of Souls. The little robot says, "My lord, the signal has been established, and we can take control of the 3 predators at any time." The boss then asks for visual control. He wants to see what's happening in this Valley of Souls. As soon as they take control, they recognize right away the bloodthirsty woman, a crazy woman who's a celebrity in this city. She always kills people according to her preferences. And when she starts fighting, she doesn't stop until everyone's dead. And man, she swings in that angle. But they know that not even she could deal with 3 spiders. Is he responsible for this? Seeing our Lin, harmony in hand, Mazinia controlling the big knife with the other hand defending. Man, he's got swag now. They recognize right away. That's not a demon hunter's revolver, is it? How does this kid have that crazy woman fighting alongside him? And even the revolver of that insane hunter? Already remembering that in recent days, several people from the association are being defeated. And according to the research, all of them are related to the Valley of the Soul. What's going on in that place? He sent the hunters, but can't figure anything out. He pulls out a control from inside his head and tells him to prepare. The thing agrees. Yes, President. He clicks and activates something. Neural synchronization activated. You now have the highest authority in the neurosource. Synchronization successful. He will take control of the spider. The system warned the protagonist. The crisis has dramatically increased. Emergency moment mission, survive. And there's a huge prize, so our boy knows something's wrong. One of the spiders comes to attack. He tries to send Mazinia to help, with his tongue. But the creature makes a heated claw attack, cutting her tongue. Lin was trying to ask the hand if she could recover, but there was another one coming, aiming at his face. Luckily, the hand from behind uses the blade of bloodsaw to defend. And now she's angry for having her tongue cut. Lin notices that her movements are completely different. Before, decision-making seemed automatic, but now it seems strategic. He sees that the creature is fighting very well, while his hand is desperate, suffering. The hand says stop analyzing and shoot. She tries to stab it, but the creature is stopped. Our boy argues with the hand, saying, yesterday against me, you were really strong, huh? The hand says it's much easier to eat from the inside out than from the outside in. Almost gets stomped, but manages to escape with the power of Tokyo Ghoul. Lin goes into his pocket and pulls out the curse-removing object, but it needs to be integrated to work. You know what he's going to do. Look at the psychopath again. Stick the big hand in, pull out the globe, put it in the jar, and put it on his face. Our boy is transcending already. The system says you've connected a new organ. However, it will be dominated by sins. Your control over any extra member has been drastically reduced. Even the hand was shocked. This guy is crazy. Did he really put a monster eye on his face? Our hero says, hand, get out of the way. Cover the eye, take your hand off and send the curse of the gaze up to the creature. There's some black, red stuff coming out of its face. It's turned into some kind of machine gun by the looks of it. The madman from the association is shocked. How can someone assimilate a monster eye so easily? Even if yesterday's creature wasn't killed by this guy, he's involved with everything. And this guy needs to be killed. The spider is using its power, but now our boy has a lot going on. It's revolver bullets, it's the hand, it's the eye shooting. The fight continues, but the spider is suffering now too. And the eye has an ability that our boy can lock onto the creature. The spider is scared, dissolving its body and starting to melt. But the spider also has some kind of emergency healing. Our boy is now full of monster stuff. He pulls out a dragon head that carries resentments, activates it on top of him. It's a dragon look with the power of the eye, and the spider starts burning. In the Demon Association, the boss receives the notification. Predator number 3 was completely melted and the nerves desynchronized. The soldier there asks if he's okay. The boss is outraged. That dragon head was inside that creature yesterday, so he used his own weapon against him. One of the soldiers says, "Sir, I'm sorry. We didn't imagine he was that strong. Everyone thought this kid was just a normal human. No one knew he could assimilate biological weapons." The captain is thinking, it's impossible. This kid is not normal at all. He's some macabre experiment of Bloodsaw. Indeed, Bloodsaw has always been one of the best in the association. He may have won this duel of creations, but that just makes me even more excited. The other soldier says, "Sir, hunters number 1 and 2 were destroyed by the witch." The captain just ignores, "Whatever. I'll personally go get them tomorrow. I just want to know, did you find Bloodsaw?" The soldier explains that they have several predators following him. It's most likely that Sarah went to the doll yard and made a pact of allegiance with the doll girl there. This lunatic from the Demon Association is all happy. Wow, Miss Doll, this just got even better. There are only crazy people in this place. Even the villains are not normal. Back with the witch who set fire to everyone. Then she ran outside there to rescue Arlen, asking if he was okay. Without an eye, the psychopath says he's perfectly fine, takes his other little eye and puts it back. The poor thing's sanity even drops. Throws a medicine and perfect. He says that solved it, and asks if she's not hurt. She even blushed, realizing how crazy he is. She's thinking, wow, I didn't expect him to care so much about me, and I'm loving this child more and more. The hand appears saying, the taste is good, starting to eat all the spiders. Our hero thinks, at least we have someone to clean everything up. Our boy then completed the mission, and received some special drops. Class transfer to Night Doctor, and also obtained the legendary skill of random diagnosis technique. The little system shows us. This is the Night Doctor class, a group of experts in surgery. Their goal is to make all patients happy, smiling faces, destined to help all creatures get rid of their problems. He even gains an ability that allows him to make up to 20 diagnoses instantly on a creature. Also, receives a black scalpel. The only problem is that it's half a meter long and would be better for cutting people. But for an extremely skilled night doctor, nothing stops him from using it in surgeries. Our boy is all smiles. The witch wonders why he's smiling so much. And she asks then, this kind of biological weapon combining machine and flesh is usually related to the demon association. Did you do something to offend them? Our boy says he's not sure, but he's sure something big is happening and this won't be the last attack. She's curious. She wants to know how he offended such a big organization like this without leaving the veil of the soul. Could it be the fault of someone he took care of? Lin says it must be something related to his boss. But for now, he doesn't even know where his boss is. He then says that today there shouldn't be any more combat, so she should go back and rest, and she then leaves. But nearby there's a creature with a bunch of eyes observing. Our boy is exhausted and goes to sleep thinking that he's sure whoever was controlling that spider won't leave him alone. He needs to meet with the professor quickly. He enters the vision world where he had sent a message to the professor to know where he was, but the guy didn't respond. But there's an urgent notification there, warning everyone in the Veil of the Soul to be careful. Recently there was an insane battle involving the Blood Witch, the Demon Association, and an unknown person who seems to be the pharmacy doctor. Lin is impressed. Did the news reach here? It was 20 minutes ago. When he opens it, it's all recorded, and a bunch of comments. There are even some female colleagues in the comments saying he's too handsome and want to feel his power. Two more saying the same thing, seeing how strong he is. She also wants to hook up. Everyone in the chat wants our boy. But our boy doesn't seem very impressed, just finding it strange that the video is on the internet, and that there was someone else on the street at that time. He remembers that they also recorded the fight between the hunter and the Black Knight. It cost 30 coins to watch this video and 3,000 people watched it. Clearly, you can make a lot of profit. He imagines that whoever is behind this must have information on almost everyone. Probably must know something about the professor. He then finds the person who posted it and asks to be transferred to her store. Pays the price and comes face to face with a guy in a red cloak, who asks what he wants. Lin asks, are you the one who shares information? The guy says yes, he is intelligence agent number 24, responsible for area 900. He was the sneaky one observing him from the rooftop. He can give him any information from the area, but the price is not cheap. Our boy ignores it, looks around and says, this place of yours is kind of deserted, isn't it? The guy explains that this is an independent room from this place. Every time someone contacts him, they end up in a room where only 2 people can be. But now tell me what you want. Lin says he wants to buy information. First he wants to know exactly where Bloodsaw is. Just observing calmly, the creature says 50 black skull coins. Lin is shocked at the price. What the hell is this? The informant explains that the information about this target was upgraded to level A 1 day ago. He's in a dangerous area to reach and there's another person also wanting information about him. Lin imagines it must be the Demon Association and that his professor is in danger. Lin then asks, I want to know how to contact a creature from a long distance. The creature says it depends on the type of contact. The price varies from 100 coins to 100,000 black coins. Our boy says he wants to know the cheapest value of all. The creature says the easiest way is to have a horizon mirror. As it allows teleporting between worlds, it's the easiest way to communicate. The protagonist stares, but is that all? The creature is, I answered your question, that's it. He gets angry, you bastard. Everyone knows that if you have a teleport mirror, you teleport. The creature says, boy, that's the cheapest information I'll give you. Lin says it's okay then. Here, 1 black skull coin. Give me something decent. The creature then says he should try to hire a messenger. Of course, the speed and guarantee that his message will arrive varies according to who's sending it. The creature then shows him a list of possible messengers. And our boy soon realizes that most of them die very easily. The only one that seems decent and guarantees that the message arrives is the turtle at the end. He seems to be the only one who at least gets the message. The informant says, "Perfect, and I'll make a reservation for you. A probability of accidents is 0%, and the speed is 1 meter per hour. Lin gets confused. Wait, 1 meter per hour? The informant says yes. Are you impressed, sir? We increased its speed 10-fold compared to previous years. Our boy thinks, by the time this message arrives, everyone will be dead. Damn, I wasted another 1,000 coins. The protagonist then asks the guy, is there anyone else there, besides the turtle and the guys who are sure to die? But the informant says unfortunately those are the only 4 here. If you're not satisfied, you can come back later to see. Our boy looks like a fool and asks, does the turtle guarantee it'll arrive, but it's terribly slow? Yes. Is the void bat fast, but always dies? Yes. He then says, you know what? Send me 1 of each. The guy agrees and says it's reserved. Just need to put your address there in the dark world and we'll send it to you. Since it's a biological creature, we can't send it to you here in the vision world. You'll have to put your address. Relax, we won't give it to anyone else, trust us. Our boy only trusts when he's crazy. After all, he had been warned, don't remember by whom, never to give out his address. The informant then says the fee to hire both will be 2,600 coins, okay? As soon as you pay, we'll send them. Lin gets angry saying he just paid 1,000. The informant says that was the price of the information. You have to pay the monster's salaries. Our boy is getting pissed off with the shop, but what to do, he pays. The guy thanks him and says, in 2 hours the fools will arrive at your house. He's back home now, sees the little hand sleeping. If she hadn't been so useful in the last battle, he would have ripped that hand off. Our boy then goes to an abandoned house nearby to take a look at the things he received from the system. The first thing he grabs is the black doctor's surgery tool, which looks more like a sword than a scalpel. It's really made to dismember people. Even our boy is confused. Is this my scalpel? Isn't this too big? But the bastard liked it. This one is perfect for killing. I mean, for defending myself. Our hero has both items in his hand. The item that will change him to the Night Doctor class, and the other one that will allow him to make 20 diagnoses at once. But when he learns the skill, he finds out that with this random diagnosis, he not only diagnoses, he also makes people sick. Then the bastard thinks, damn, will it be extremely unethical for a doctor to give people diseases? But he imagines himself in coins. But treating these diseases I gave means infinite money. The devil and the demon in his head. No, you can't give diseases just to cure them. The demon says you can. This is a cruel world. He then takes a look at his own hand and activates the effect. Level 4 mutation disease, recessive. Our hero thinks, damn, just take a look and the passive activates. Should I use the active part and throw a bunch of diseases at the little hand? Better not. Whether you like it or not, this guy here is helping me. As much as he always wants to eat me, always beats me, threatens me with a knife. In the end, you know what, I'll punish you, he glares. The little hand starts talking. Damn, I'm feeling kinda nauseous here. What's going on? I shouldn't have stomach ache. I don't even have a belly. Our boy gave him morning sickness, which is something that normally happens to pregnant women. The poor little hand starts vomiting. Our boy, he learned what will happen if you mess with me. But our protagonist feels bad too, a fool. Damn, this hand really passes everything on to me. You'll have to drink the antidote. Poor little hand, doesn't even know our boy poisoned it. He gives the potion to cure it too and she's all happy, thinking he's being nice. Now it's clear why he's in this abandoned house. When he sent the address, he put this random place. The boy is very clever. The delivery guy arrives and asks, your delivery has arrived. Are you Mr. Lin? He says yes and the guy comes sniffing. Identity confirmed. He already opens his head and takes out the chest. Here it is for you. To make it work, just open the scroll and spill a little blood. Sign here to confirm that you received it. The guy hands over the scroll. But there's some magic going on. Our protagonist activated his passive diagnosis, discovering that the guy had a cold heart disease, a cyst in his abdomen, and rheumatism. He stared, thinking the guy was done for. The crazy dude keeps looking, waiting for him to sign so he can leave. But Lim says, have you recently felt pain in your abdomen and chills throughout your body? Or do your knees crack when you walk? Or sometimes when you look in the mirror? Do you feel like crying? The delivery guy says, wow, how do you know all that? Who are you? And what do you want? He's thinking Lim is a stalker. He knows so much about my life. This guy must be following me. But Lim says, it's okay, buddy, you're not going to die, okay? Confused, the delivery guy asks, what are you talking about dying? Lin explains, I'm saying I'm going to take care of you. To be honest, your problem is really serious. But luckily, I found you. If I don't treat you now, you'll have lifelong sequelae. The guy asks what he's talking about. Are you going to save me? Lin tells him, of course, we're destined to meet. My pharmacy is right next door, come on. So the guy went in and sat down. But he's thinking, wait a minute, I just came here to deliver something to this guy. How am I inside his shop? But maybe he's some kind of miraculous doctor? Maybe I got lucky. Lin comes up to him and says, raise your leg, and hits a hammer right in the middle of the knee. The guy's sanity drops by 10. Lin still asks, did it hurt? The delivery guy says, you bastard, that hurt like hell. Lin says, if it hurt, that's great. It means the cause of the disease is right there. Everything is being caused by ice poison. At this rate, soon you won't even be able to get out of bed. The delivery guy says, but it didn't hurt that much. It only hurts now that you hammered it. Did you have to use such a heavy hammer? But Lin says, regardless of the hammer, the important thing is that your disease is there. You don't want to cure it? Sooner or later it'll penetrate all your bones and you'll be stuck. Do you really want to die just because of this? Come on, and don't be afraid. Your real fear should be not getting treated. Soon the pain will be as intense as a blade cutting your flesh. The guy says, okay, doctor, you convinced me. So Lin gives him something and says, this is the prescription for you and 2 kilograms of medicine. This one is a nutritional supplement to help you get stronger. And this one is to make you hungrier so you keep eating and your kidneys recover. The delivery guy looks at all that medicine and says, doctor, isn't this too much medicine? Our boy explains, that's because you have several other diseases that I didn't even tell you about. The guy asks what else he has. And Lin tells him, you're also feeling chills in your abdomen, aren't you? The delivery guy is startled. How do you know that too? It's impossible. Our boy warns, not only do you have a bone problem in your knee, but you also have a cyst in your abdomen. Of course, it's always possible to solve with surgery. Grabbing the sword. On the operating table he says, Mr. Lin, isn't your scalpel a bit big? Why are you shaking holding it? Lin asks innocently, did you find it big? Don't worry, I'm a professional with a scalpel. The best in this place, let's start. The guy tells him to stop and Lin asks, what's wrong? Don't you need anesthesia for this? The guy is confused, another one? How so, sir? Wouldn't anesthesia be normal for a surgery like this? Lin apologizes, I'm joking. I almost forgot, right? I'll anesthetize you, just a moment. The guy's sanity is just dropping. This guy is crazy, he doesn't use anesthesia? Why does he have such a big scalpel? After searching for a long time, he finds a little pot there. But unfortunately it's expired, so he says, how about you just endure the surgery? The delivery guy says he can't. That hammer blow on the knee hurt a lot. Surgery without anesthesia? He's going to die. Lin explica que ha outra forma. The guy asks, what form? Another form of anesthesia. He grabs the chair and wham, hits the guy in the face, knocking him out. Now it's just a matter of leaving and sleeping. Take that. With this, he's gaining a lot of experience from the system in abdominal surgery, healing the guy's organs, and sewing him up. Sometime later, the guy comes out of the room all bandaged up. This physical anesthesia isn't very nice, sir. But Lin says the cyst was completely removed. There's still a bit of freezing poison, but with the medicine, everything will heal. Besides, after observing your case, I even prepared this new remedy. The delivery guy thanks him and says, I wish you and your shop all the best. Lin says he's always welcome. But now that everything's settled, can you pay me? It was a total of 3,000 for the whole procedure. He hands over the money and says, can you sign the document for receiving the items? You haven't even signed yet. Lin says he almost forgot, but when he touches the scroll, he manages to diagnose that something there is carrying a disease and gets confused. What happened? Why did my passive activate again? Whose hair is this? Was this delivered by someone else? The delivery guy says, no, I deliver personally. No one else touched it. Our protagonist thinks, It must be the informant's hair. And he's full of disease. How beautiful. I mean, how sad. He takes the paper to sign and passes on the information. Mr. Informant, I received everything according to our contract. But I saw a strand of your hair, and being an amazing doctor, I diagnosed several diseases. It's good for you to visit my pharmacy soon, or you'll die. I'm waiting for you. Bring money. Your loyal Dr. Lin. And then he hands back the sheet. The delivery guy takes a look at the paper Lin returned, reads it, and sees that he wants to treat the master. Does he want to take care of the guy just by seeing a hair? You know what? Goodbye. I don't want to get involved in this anymore. I don't want to be diagnosed anymore. So our hero says goodbye and then runs away. Without further ado, he decides to write a letter to Xiao Xiao, the one with the big teeth who made the dental plan. Strangely, he sends a romantic letter, saying he can't sleep, he hasn't seen her in a while, and it's hard for him, he even lost weight, and he asks her to visit. Of course, he's planning something sneaky with her. He puts a drop of blood, and the contract activates. The big dog appears. He summons one more, and the big turtle appears. He asks the animals, "Are you my messengers?" The dog agrees, and the turtle says, "I am." He looks at them with a suspicious look. This isn't going to arrive, is it? He then asks her, "Is it true that you can find any target based on scent?" The turtle takes a century to speak but says yes. "The name I want you to find is Xiao Xiao. Take this letter to her." The turtle takes it in her mouth to carry it on her back. But it takes so long that he takes it out of her mouth and puts it on her back. So she's going at a snail's pace, and Lin thinks, damn, this is too slow. He then looks at the dog and says, "I also have a mission for you. I heard you're the fastest of all." The dog disappears in an instant. Wow, does it have teleportation? That's when he sees the meteorite fragment in the dog's mouth. That's when he understands. The dog traveled to the void and came back in an instant. Our protagonist is all happy. This is a messenger indeed. But then he pets the dog and breaks his skull. "You bastard. You better not die as soon as you leave here, you hear? Deliver this message." But then he had a psychopathic idea. What if I combine the two? He grabs the dog by the scruff of the neck. The turtle he had sent wasn't too far, so he grabs her too. He gives them a few hammer blows, squishing one into the other. Boom, he managed to create the void-jumping turtle. All proud. The impenetrable defense of the turtle with the teleportation ability of the dog. Of course, the weight will affect the distance, but now it's immortal. He goes to the turtle and says, "You have to protect the dog and deliver the letter, got it?" And tells the dog, "You have to teleport the turtle. You two working together will revolutionize the world of messengers. Now go." The animals leave. Our guy sits down now to send a message to Bloodsaw. And for some reason, this time he sends a dramatic message. "Professor, it's me, Lin. I won't survive. I'm about to die. My body is bleeding, my brain is on the ground. My skull is about to explode. I know you gave me all the warnings, but those who are visiting me are too strong. Evil creatures are destroying our shop. Every day they destroy our facade. They beat up your favorite apprentice. If you take too long, I'll be dead. If you arrive and I'm gone, I want you to know that your disciple Lin misses you." He even cried about it. But why did he do that, damn it? The poor guy is thinking. Damn, it got really emotional. Even I couldn't handle my letter. He summons another dog and a turtle, who are about to introduce themselves. "I am the dog from the valley." But he stops, saying it's time to make a joke. He takes a hammer. "Goodbye to you both. Phew, now I think it won't take so long." Then we see the goblins there, colorful and horned, talking to someone. An elf arrives and says, "Brother Tai-chan, I'm very happy you accepted my invitation to come here. A toast to all the brothers." Xiao Xiao is there on the left. And there are also some giant big-headed ones with tentacles. You can't even tell who's who. The goblins are tiny next to the elf, who is tiny next to the giant big head. But they're making some drinks, which everyone seems to be enjoying. Xiao Xiao gives a dazzling smile. Her tooth is too bright. The pale elf says, "It's incredible to see my most beautiful and brightest niece ever." At that moment, the elf feels something. He uses magic and captures the dog and turtle of the protagonist who had arrived to bring the message. He grabs it and says, "This is a messenger from the void. It must be for me. Let me take a look." When he reads it, it's for Xiao Xiao. Who is this? The protagonist's friend introduces herself. "I am Xiao Xiao." He asks, "Is this your name now?" She says yes. "My niece, did you choose this name?" The mother also wants to know, "My daughter now has a name?" I thought she would be upset. but she was happy for her daughter and went to pet her. Apparently you liked that name, didn't you? So from now on, that's it. Your name is Xiao Xiao. The elf looking at the letter. I want to spend my life with you and raise cats and dogs. Who wrote this letter here? He then hands it over. Here's your letter. Her mother also wants to know. Who wrote this? The guy says. The name is Lin. Xiao Xiao's eyes light up. The elf thinks. To make her so excited, this Lin guy must be amazing. Xiao Xiao says she can't read and asks the elf to read it to her. He hesitantly asks, do you really want me to continue? The whole family is staring at him. Okay, let me continue. Dear Xiao Xiao. He's hesitant to tell again. Damn it, if I keep reading this, the consequences will be disastrous. But the whole family is staring, and he reads it again. Every time I lie down, I remember that wonderful night we had. The mother asks, night? And the father adds, wonderful? The elf says it's the letter. Here's what it says here. I'm just reading. Xiao Xiao says she's really liking it. Please continue. And the curious parents, is she enjoying it? Why is she so happy? I wonder if, continue elf. It's very hard to endure the loneliness of not having you by my side. So, after much hesitation, I decided to write you this letter. The elf is thinking. Lin, I don't know who you are, but you're a bastard. Look what you're making me do. I'm going to end up dying. And it continues. I had the feeling that if I didn't write anything, I wouldn't be able to live anymore. The father is getting furious. What do you mean you can't live without her? He continues. And today I invite you to come to my house. From Mr. Lin who misses you. The parents are speechless. The elf doesn't know what to do, but Xiao Xiao comes, all happy, grabs the letter from his hand, and runs off saying, bye dad. Bye mom. I'm going to have dinner. Everyone is looking at her as she leaves. The elf is thinking, what dimensional creature is this? How is it possible to kidnap a creature of her level with a love letter? This guy. He's very strong. He's amazing. But behind him, the parents are staring. Poor elf, he says, damn, she's matured a lot lately. I guess it's her age. The father shouts and breaks everything, and everyone runs to follow her. But the mother holds him back saying, you can't interfere in her relationships. The father hits his face on the ground. Then we see a castle on a red moon, and a bunch of those spiders from the Demon Association going to attack. Inside one of them, someone with the neural system activated, who passes the command to attack everyone. The whole gang goes. But the poor things are being decimated by vines from the ground. The guys send the whole army, but a tree just wraps and shreds everything in half. When the spider takes a look, who comes is a new beautiful thing for this work. The spiders start analyzing, and the result is the same for all. Black moon creature, extremely powerful in combat. The spider leader orders everyone to attack her from all directions, and the bosses is confident. The girl is standing still, and it's almost in her face. But then she stops everyone there with lines, throws her hand up all graceful, and it was. Everyone explodes. She only leaves the leader alive to have a chat. She gets closer and says goodbye. It's over. The entire northern offensive group was defeated in 59 seconds. At this point, Silver Turtle Dog is arriving there. But it gets stuck too. We then see a room there with a bunch of puppets, and Bloodsaw is there too, who punches angrily. The puppet comes to warn him that a letter has arrived. He asks who sent it. She says she's not sure, they just found a messenger in the courtyard. But the name of the letter, apparently, is a certain Lin. Does he know this guy? Bloodsaw asks Lin. How is that possible? She wants to know who this is. He explains, a child I adopted. I warned him he'd be attacked, but I didn't expect him to survive. Reading the letter, he gets confused. What's this? Why is he saying he's going to die? Throws it on the table and says to her, Madam, thank you for these 2 days, but I'll have to leave. If you ever need my help, I'll be grateful to repay your kindness. But when he tries to leave, she traps him and asks, Sir? She says, there are many hunters out there, and you're not completely healed yet. I won't let you go out like this to die. Bloodsaw insists, I don't care. Better than waiting for death is bringing death to those guys. And I'm going to make the whole Demon Association pay. The puppet says it's strange. He's usually so calm. Why is he so manic like this? Is it because of this letter? She pulls it out to read. The letter says, Professor, your apprentice Lin. I can't survive anymore. I'm going to die. My body is bleeding, and my head is exploding. I can't resist anymore. If when you come back, I'm no longer alive, know that I always had a lot of affection for all the care you took with me. I tried my best to protect this place, but I think I'm going to die. In the end, your student just wanted to know one thing. Are you still alive, Professor? Well, next year, on Father's Day, please burn my ashes. From someone who is dying but misses you. Your disciple, Mr. Lin. The professor is going crazy, shouting, "No, Lin, it's my fault as a teacher. I should have sent you to a safer place. Demon Association, you killed my disciple. But I'm going to kill you all tomorrow. I, Bloodsaw, put my whole life against you." But the marionette holds him, saying she won't let him leave. Stay calm there. She says he won't be able to solve this problem now, and she thinks there's something strange about this letter. But Bloodsaw says, "I'm sure this is Lin's handwriting. Do you think I wouldn't recognize the words of my son?" The marionette says, "It makes no sense. Who dying writes such a giant letter?" Bloodsaw stops for a moment and says, "Someone with their head exploding. Do you really think they'd write such a fluffy article like this? Use your head." She gives him a slap on the face. On the back, there's a little tongue of his, dying. Bloodsaw asks, "Do you think he's just messing with me? Why is he doing this?" She shows an eye in her hand. "If you don't believe it, take this. I'll accompany you to the horizon." They then appear at the shopping mall in World 900. She says, "Here we are, at the corresponding place to the Veil of the Soul. I guarantee your apprentice is safe." Bloodsaw says, "You said that, but I still want to know what happened to him." She hits him on the head, "You idiot. Just look at the regional channel." "Hey, Bloodsaw," then clicks to take a look, and everyone is saying they never imagined something like this would happen in the Veil of the Soul. Such terrifying creatures. It's good for everyone to dig a hole or stay in the basement. Today it's guaranteed that the Veil of the Soul will be completely destroyed. The only thing they can do is rely on fate. Root-level creatures are appearing. Bloodsaw sees something entering the store and gets angry. "My disciple." She asks what's wrong. "He's in danger, and you're here trying to convince me he's okay." He disappears before she can tell him to wait. Bloodsaw is thinking, "Disciple, your master will at least collect your body." We then see Lin sleeping, and a little tentacle goes to pet him. It scratches his face, and even before waking up, bang, bang, he shoots it twice. The system says, "You shot a root-level creature and gained experience for it." Lin then gets up and looks who arrived, all cute. But our boy's sanity left with that. He takes the bullet out of her forehead and apologizes, saying it was unintentional. She asks if this kind of affection on the face is some kind of ceremony. And Lin says exactly that, puts a band-aid on her, and she gets all happy, showing her big teeth, asking what he thinks of her tooth. Did she take care of it? Our boy gives a thumbs up, saying yes, it looks very good. But I'll need to do a more complete analysis, come here. We then see someone observing the store with a spyglass. It's her father, and the crazy elf is all there too. He asks, "Did you see what that bastard looks like?" The mother says he's cute, just too small. But the father doesn't approve, too small for her. He jumps up. The mother holds him and says, "Don't ruin their relationship." But the father insists, "No, I'm going to kill him." The mother says, "Calm down, they're just talking. Besides, it's okay that he's a little smaller. You weren't that big either." Humiliates the poor father who accepts it. "I want to see if he'll have the guts to do something to my daughter." But they're inside. He can't see anything. "Damn, I can't see anything." The mother holds him again. "Stop there. We're just here to gather information, not to do anything." The father is fuming. The elf comes and hands him the listening device so he can hear the conversation between the two. Obviously, the conversation he hears isn't the most normal. Xiao Xiao asks, "Is this really what you want?" Lin assures her and says, "Don't worry. I always do everything thoroughly." But Xiao Xiao replies, "If you come and betray so deeply, it will be strange." Lin says she doesn't need to worry. She knows how he operates. It hurts a bit, but it's nice. She learned his technique last time. Wasn't it good either? The father is going crazy. The mother tells him to calm down. "Maybe it's not what you're thinking." The mother comes to listen along with the father. Xiao Xiao says, "If we're going to do this, let's do it one at a time." Lin says, "It's okay, I'm ready to start. Don't get nervous and take a deep breath." The father is outraged, bang, hits the ground, and flies off, but the mother holds him again. The father is shouting, telling her not to stop him, that he's going to kill that bastard. "He's making my daughter do these things." The mother says he must be misunderstanding. She has a different body. They can't be doing that. The father stops again, the listener falls to the ground, and the conversation continues. Lin says, "Did you see how normal it was? I told you that you wouldn't feel any pain. I'm skilled." Xiao Xiao says it's true, it didn't hurt. Lin then says it's okay, it was because he took it easy. But now he'll have to go deeper and explore her completely. The elf listening thinks, wow, these two know how to have fun. They're with them. The protagonist is eyeing her ear, which is full of wax. He goes down and tells her that it's really all blocked. But don't worry, I'll prepare a potion that will fix it right up in no time. He gains more of her trust. He starts pouring the potion into her ear, brushing it, and asking, how is it? Is it too deep? She says no, it's very comfortable actually. Lin says that's perfect. He'll have to go a little deeper, and continues to brush her ear. After a while and a lot of wax removed, he goes out and asks, are you hearing better? She says yes, she's never heard so well. The doctor is incredible. Lin says this is just the beginning. There are many areas I can take care of for you to stay healthy. With this, he gains another 20 of her trust. She's all glowing. And he says it's time to continue. The elf and the goblins are all listening, impressed. He then tells her to open her mouth, but she says to be careful, not to touch that part so casually. He then throws a white cream on her face, and says that it will help her skin become more radiant. The elf and the goblins are going crazy, but Lin is calmly cleaning her skin. The father here is almost exploding, while the mother gave up and says, our daughter has grown a lot, hasn't she? Sometime later, the elf is saying, boy, it's been 2 hours. As expected, this Lin guy is incredible. In the protagonist system, it appears, the admiration of the Horned Ghost King for you has increased by another 50. For a creature as powerful as that to admire you from the bottom of her heart, you gain another 10 in all attributes. Lin is confused. Where is this guy? The scene then goes to the guy from the Demon Association arriving at the Veil of the Soul. And obviously, he brought another one of those terrifying creatures of his. All confident, he says, here we are. I hope that guy called Lin doesn't try to escape. When I capture you, I need to study you. How can someone integrate so many parts into their body? It'll be an honor for your corpse. While Lin was still cleaning her, until an active mission appears. Try to survive as long as possible, or at least try to keep your house intact. Lin gets a scare. What mission is this that guarantees I'm going to die and puts the house as a priority? Good thing I had thought of a countermeasure. Hee, look at the countermeasure there. He asks, Xiao Xiao, are you hungry? She says yes and asks, where's the dinner you said you were going to prepare? Lin says, the order has just arrived. It's definitely one of the biggest banquets. You'll be full. The scene goes to the association leader bringing his monsters. He tells everyone to stop. Look who's in front of him. Our confident guy who says, welcome everyone. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The association guy is impressed. Did you know we were coming? How brave. Why didn't you try to escape? Lin says he's asking the same question. How dare he come to the Veil of the Soul knowing that he's here? Lin is getting bold. An announcement then appears for everyone in the Veil of the Soul. The level of danger there has been increased to the maximum. An unimaginable amount of high-level creatures have appeared. Click here to watch for 100 coins. Everyone is interested, and they recognize it immediately. It's the Demon Association. You can tell by the creatures. And who's that over there? It's the kid from the pharmacy. But why is he so confident? I think he's overestimating his abilities. He's just an apprentice. What's he going to do alone? What a joke. The one-horned elf is also watching and thinking. Strangely, they brought various biological weapons from the association to cause trouble for that human kid. The mother and father observing wonder. Is he in danger then? The elf understands Lin's plan. Strangely, that guy seemed to know they were coming, and was even expecting it. Did that kid only lure our niece here so she could use them as targets? The dinner is actually the demons. When he observes her waiting there in the middle of a house, he thinks, surely that's it. The guy from the association once again admires Lin's bravery, and Lin says he's here just to finish him and all those association creatures. The association leader says he seems very confident. But how can you be sure you'll defeat us? Lin's crisis is at 99, man. He says he's not sure about anything. The guy says he's confused now. If you're not sure, why are you here? The crisis hits 100%. The people in the city are all scratching their heads thinking he's gone crazy. The association nutjob finds it strange. There must be some conspiracy here for you to be so confident. Lin says once the professor told him that a guaranteed victory card game isn't worth it. It's better when nobody knows who will win. Laughing like crazy, he says he likes to bet everything. It's only worth it when life is at risk. The people in the city are impressed. My god, I never even knew there was someone so brave in the Vale of Alma. But he's crazy. The opponent is the Demon Association. He's being very arrogant. Lin is there pretending to be sleepy, saying it's very boring there. Better to go back home and sleep. Just gaining popularity. The association nut job is losing it. You're trying to provoke me, aren't you? But you're going to pay the price for that. He shouts and says, let's see how strong you really are. The creature gives Lin a look. Starts activating all its powers. But our guy is stoic there. Hasn't made a move yet. The guy from the association asks, do you think all this confidence will save you? This is my Type 3 flesh puppet. The greatest war weapon in the history of this world. Not even a king would survive. Not even a root level monster would be a problem. He shoots and an explosion occurs. But Xiao Xiao gets in the way and sends it back. And a bunch of eyes fly back at the guy. He's in shock. His big creature is gone. Lin still teases him, saying, sorry, I didn't hear you right. What did you say there? Everyone watching the live stream says, my god, it's the legendary root creature that terrorized several cities. Is she friends with that Lin guy? Is that why the Vale of Alma was spared? With that, a lot of people in the city are afraid of him. And he keeps gaining a lot of achievements. Xiao Xiao asks the kid if she can eat them all. The kid says, of course you can. Nobody's going to steal from you. It's all yours. The association guy is confused. How is this possible? Why is there a root level monster here? In the protagonist system, it says this guy gained 20 more fear. Lin takes 2 eyes in his hand and says, do you think if I hadn't prepared, I'd be here in front of you? Next scene, Xiao Xiao is devouring all the creatures. The poor ones fall to the ground unable to do anything. The association creatures do an analysis and the chance of victory is 0%. It is recommended to escape immediately. The leader gives the order and everyone runs away. The spiders are all desperate to escape. Lin says, now it's all up to you. It's time to eat plenty. She runs towards the poor ones who are tiny compared to her. I didn't know she was so huge. She grabs the spiders with her tentacles. All at once. She swallows everything, and it's over. Saying that the mixture of robot taste with meat is delicious. The people of the valley are scared, not understanding what's happening, and they all come to the same conclusion. Maybe the Vale of Alma was only spared because of Lin. Lin tells Xiao Xiao, these guys run too fast. Why don't they just stand still so you can eat them? She pulls him with her tentacle, and he gets scared. She tells him to hold on tight and runs away with Lin. She keeps eating all the spiders on the way. Seeing Lin mounted on her, people want to know what the relationship between these two is. Because clearly, it's something beyond the ordinary. He's definitely the first human in history to ride on the head of a root creature. He is the Root Knight. A legend is born. These demons are all crazy. A guy says it's like an amazing queen asking a peasant to crush her into 4 walls. Lin is struggling to hold on, but the system alerts. You've obtained an epic achievement. Root Knight. The first human in history to ride a root creature as a mount. The protagonist is confused. What's this Root Knight talk? He's just my friend. That doesn't make sense. But just then, one of the big spiders was coming to get him. But he quickly draws the hunter's revolver and shoots them. Xiao Xiao takes advantage, grabs one in her hand, and eats it. Lin says this is the perfect combination. I immobilize them, and you eat. Now he's shooting in all directions. There's a Cyclops couple there in romance. The spiders are all fleeing. The protagonist is running. The poor Cyclops got crushed. Lin asks, Xiao Xiao, are you full? She says no. Then let's go after the big one. Who's trying to flee at any cost? The association guy is still running around thinking, what the hell? This is a dimensional disgrace for me. In less than 10 minutes, half of all the hunters are gone. Why did such a powerful creature come to this place? He calls the association to try to give him his location. But the association system says, this is association number 5 machine, and I will obey all your orders. He tells the guy to shut up. Just give my location. But he took a hit to the head and hit the wall, even losing his mask. Now he's face to face with Lin and Xiao Xiao. The association guys respond that they managed to locate him, and they're sending help. He wants to use a teleportation device to get out, but Lin picks it up from the ground. So, this was your plan to escape? The guy denies, saying, like I'm escaping. I was calling for reinforcements. And let me tell you, you better run fast. But on the walkie-talkie they say, you can escape at any time, sir. Now he's sweating, and Lin thinks of a wickedness and says, Xiao Xiao, this delivery wasn't enough, right? Let me order more for you. She's happy. He takes the walkie-talkie in his hand. Support request. I need a lot of military power here. I repeat, I am sending my location. And I need military support here. The poor leader is confused, not knowing why he's doing this. But over at the Demon Association, the guys accept it. Yes, Lord Mechanical. We've got the coordinates. We're sending a team of hunters. But the poor guy is screaming down there for them not to go. You're all going to be eaten. Too late. The reinforcements have already arrived. There are mosquitoes, some ants. There are some beetles. But when Xiao Xiao sees the creatures, she interprets everything as food. Lin points and says, let's start. She starts biting and eating all the bugs. The system alerts you. Xiao Xiao killed 10 mechanical insects. Lin grabs the walkie-talkie and keeps talking. We're almost winning. Please send more association soldiers. The little robot accepts the command again, saying, it's an honor to serve you, President. We will mobilize all our sectors. And more reinforcements are coming. Lin keeps deceiving. Very good. Great support. I'll have to give everyone a promotion. The little creatures are all happy. Thank you, sir. Lin, blowing on the gun, says, you better be careful not to be hacked. Do you have good identification skills? The little robots say yes. Don't worry. The association leader is going crazy. He takes advantage that there's a creature nearby, grabs it and connects to it and sends a message. Someone is pretending to be me. Stop sending troops. But the robots apparently don't like him, because they stare at each other and make an expression like they're following a sneaky plan and tell him, we know you're imitating the president. You won't fool us. The president is losing it for good. What are you guys talking about? There's even a password. 035237. I'm your superior. Stop sending troops. But the little robots say, wow, you hacked really well. You even know our code. The poor guy takes even a critical hit. And Xiao Xiao is eating everything. He's finished on the ground. Our boy even earns an achievement. You destroyed the enemy's psyche without even fighting. The family observed everything. The mother was proud, saying, my daughter found such a good boyfriend. Look at this incredible meal he brought for her. His favorability even increased. The father says that's not enough. Just one meal like this is too little. The only one who understands what's going on is the elf, who says, maybe he doesn't want to bring her to dinner, but is using her to get rid of threats. In fact, he just turned her into a weapon. The mother says that's not possible, that there was just food, and it looked delicious. The father is drooling too, saying, wow, the ingredients were so alive and fresh. The elf realizes he has nothing to say. For them, the association guys are really food. This boy named Lin had thought of everything. He's really quite a prodigy. She's having fun eating everything. Everyone in the association is desperate, not knowing what to do. The yellow-bellied one wakes up asking what's going on. Why are so many creatures going to battle? Who gave that order? They explain that it was the vice president of the mechanical department. He called everyone for this emergency. The president contacts them with the microphone the protagonist was using. Mechanical demon, what's going on with this army? Give me an explanation. Lin thinks, to talk like that to this guy, he must be the real leader of everything. He swallows hard and says, Mr. President, I've got a big problem here. I'll give you the information as soon as I finish. But the president says right away, you're not the mechanical demon. You just stole his communicator. The president is furious, saying, damn, he made us spend so many troops and treated us like complete idiots. It's a disgrace to the association. Send someone to finish this once and for all. The robots say, all right, sir. The leader is thinking, the mechanical demon isn't so easy to deal with. I want to see who's putting an end to this. In the sky, some big bees appear. The protagonist, seeing, thinks, is the final boss finally going to show up? He even waves goodbye to the camera. First he sees the protagonist and thinks, a human? How did the mechanical demon die for this? But then he realizes, a root level? Why is there a root level here? And why is there a human on top of it? But okay, you want to use the root level creature to humiliate me? Now you're going to experience the true potential of the association. Some chains then break and a giant creature appears. And the guy says, I want my body number 2. Everyone in the association is even scared. The president says, I want to go and experience this for myself. Back with the Protinia. He's asking Xiao Xiao if she's full. She says she's 80%. Just missing something really good. Lin tells her not to worry. The main course is coming. A laser falls from the sky. It explodes the city, and the demon arrived. It's a scary appearance the creature has. creation of flesh and blood. Wing Lao, combat power, top-notch biological weapon of the Demon Association, capable of dealing even with root creatures. Only one person in the association can use it. Xiao Xiao was big, but the big guy is much bigger than her. Our boy was scared too, and the crisis instantly went to 100%. The system tells him to run, but Xiao Xiao is excited, saying it's the delicious final boss. The Proton Lin tells her to run away, but the big guy hits her, and she flies away. The mother and father didn't like it, they were scared. Lin asks if she's okay. She's glitching, wondering if she just got beaten up for food. She even lost a tooth, seeing that her tooth fell out, the one she liked the most. She starts crying. Lin tells her not to worry. When they get back, he'll put it back. The father and mother are just watching. The elf tells them to calm down and stay calm. But now the mother has lost patience. Calm down? My daughter got into a huge fight now. Do you think I'm going to calm down? They both stare at him and go after him. Xiao Xiao is crying desperately. The protagonist tells her to relax, that he'll make a wonderful denture. But the monster steps close to them, points and says, "Today is the day you both die." Man, the protagonist is psychopathic. Real scoundrel, aren't you? I'll have to teach you a lesson, and already grabbed the revolver. The confused president asks, "Teach me a lesson? A mere human defeated by machines. You think you're going to teach me a lesson? Someone invincible." Our boy points the gun and the president asks, "Is that what you're going to do?" "That's a bluff, kid." But without hesitation, Lin hits him right in the forehead. The people watching are thinking, "Man, did he really shoot? He's really crazy." Even the big guy got glitched. "What illness is this? How dare you shoot me? Don't you see the difference between us?" The protagonist says he knows, but he'll never allow anyone to harm one of his patients. With that, his favorability increases a lot with Xiao Xiao, who is crying. And now he's considered a great friend. Another achievement for making friends with a root creature. He gives a thumbs up and says, "You can count on me. I'm here." No one watching can believe it. I never imagined a human protecting a root creature. The monster is going crazy, saying it's interesting. Why are root creatures interested in him? Maybe his talent is winning people's hearts. But at this moment, nothing matters. He would even face root creatures at the adult level. And the one next to him is a child. It's no match for him. Lin starts bluffing and saying, "Did you imagine that I can summon more root level creatures? Didn't you say I'm good at winning people's hearts?" The president ignores and throws everything at him. But look who's coming and exploding. If the president was big, the father is twice as big. Lin is now smiling, and everyone in the valley recognizes immediately. It's the family that's been destroying all the places. But how is it possible for a human to be friends with a family like that? The demon is trembling. Wow, real root creatures have arrived, and 2 of them at once. In the protagonist system, it says the crazy guy gained 20 fear. The president down there thinks, something's wrong here. While Xiao Xiao is going all happy. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here?" The president is shocked to hear this, and Lin thinks, in the end, my plans worked. Remembering the time Carnage mentioned that there were 3 identical creatures scaring this place. When he talked to Xiao Xiao, he found out she was the smallest. He soon deduced that the others were relatives. Once when he was treating her, she said she had to go back soon or her relatives would worry. It became obvious then that the parents were much stronger. The mother in the face of the president says, "You're quite arrogant, huh? Challenging my daughter to a duel." The president says it was just a joke, and now he's sweating cold. The father appears behind and says, "Why are you all scared? Didn't you say you didn't fear even a root creature?" The president says it was just a joke. "I said it casually, you know, without meaning to." But the parents keep surrounding him. "You slapped my daughter, didn't you? You were so happy hitting her." The president says it was a dull competition. It's something cultural from the Demon Association. The stronger the slap, the more you like the person. How crazy, right? These cultural differences. He slaps his minion that disappears, and everyone stares at him as he says, "As you can see, my friend was very happy." But then he takes a slap from the mother. The father slaps him too. Let's participate in this culture. Let me express my love for you. While the poor guy was being beaten, a like on this video was left. Thanks my dudes. The next part is coming, so don't forget to subscribe. Until next time, peace out.